I do.
Calling to order the March 13th public meeting of the Vernon Township Board of Ed. Mr. Slam, can I get a roll call, please?
Ms. Brock,
Here.
Mr. Semaglia,
Yes.
Mr. Catino,
Here.
Mr. Fisher,
Here.
Mr. Kraus,
Here.
Ms. Pellet,
Here.
Mr. Sweeney,
Here.
Ms. Vaccarello, Mr. Zimmerman. We have a quorum.
It is recommended that the board enter closed session for the purposes of discussing student legal and personnel matters. Can I get a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are in closed. Thank you. It is recommended that the board return to public session. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Stephanie, all in favor? Thank you. Mr. Slam, can we get a roll call?
Ms. Brock,
Here.
Mr. Smaglia,
Here.
Mr. Contino,
Here.
Mr. Fisher,
Here.
Mr. Kraus,
Here.
Ms. Pellet.
Here.
Mr. Sweeney.
Here.
Ms. Pecorello.
Here.
Mr. Zimmerman. We have a quorum.
Item C, please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
T, leaving the public, the meeting notice, Mr. Slam.
The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with provisions of the Act, Vernon Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published, and adequate notice has been provided, and notice of this meeting has been properly posted in accordance with the New Jersey Open Public Meeting Law. Just a quick note, the next public board meeting will be on, it'll be on March 20th, which is next Thursday. Yep. Let me type it in so we don't forget that.
All right, and Mr. Slam, you are up for item E, preliminary budget presentation.
Good.
You're looking forward to it.
My wife likes to call it the EA football.
Oh, no, they're both. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see a jersey. Next year, we're gonna get you a jersey.
I think it's probably going to be on the screen behind you. Yeah.
Back when I took it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You should be good. You just have to unmute that mic. Good to go. Good? Yep. Good evening, everybody. I just want to thank everyone for joining us in person and virtually tonight. Tonight, we're going to go over the preliminary budget for 25-26. So I always like to start out with our mission statement, just to show what we as a district stand for and what we're striving towards. I'm going to be doing a lot of talking to everyone tonight, so I won't read through the whole thing, but I just think it's a good starting point every year just to remember why we're here. So just a little bit about budgets. So basically, a budget consists of planned expenses and expected revenues. It's a financial expression of district's needs and priorities. And the most important thing is a living document. Now, the reason I say it's a living document is because we're sitting in the current year, projecting what's going to happen a year from now. There are lots of things that can change between then and now. And that's why I always call it a living document, because you need to have the ability to see what's happening and respond to it. And that obviously results in budget transfers. And the biggest example of that so far in my career was making a budget right before the pandemic. No one had any idea. And then all of a sudden the pandemic happened. So back when I was making that budget, no one knew, what was coming down the road. So I just want to talk a little about the process. So how did we get here? Start of the process, we start by gathering information on the prior and current year spending. So that means I'm going back into last year, seeing what the full year looked like in terms of spending for the different expense accounts. I'm also looking at the current year, which includes me projecting out based off of what's occurred so far, what I think the rest of this year's spending is going to be for those same accounts. And looking at both of those areas, in my experience, provides a more accurate understanding of what we can expect moving forward. So we want to verify and validate personnel costs of the district. So usually any district that you're in, you're going to have about a 70 to 80% of your budget is probably going to be salaries and benefits, which makes sense. This, as it's a large cost, and we need to ensure that we're staffed in a way to deliver the best education to our students. We also want to look at fixed costs and try to anticipate those increases. There are certain things that you just need to operate. Energy costs, right? Things you have limited control over, transportation costs. What it essentially just costs to keep the budget operating and ensure that we are covering all of our bills. So you want to discuss this information. So a lot of creating the budget is actually kind of back to that first point, gathering data. Once you have that data, you want to discuss with administration, you want to discuss with different departments, to try to figure out what they need for the next year. How's that going to look different from the current year? And if it is going to look different, how are we going to make that work in the budget? Because the budget is a difficult environment to create. It's a difficult environment to create the budget each year. And we're very limited in terms of the types of revenue that we can acquire as a school district. And then the part at the end, we were just figuring out what accounts that everything goes into, figuring out our revenues. And that really is the point at which we have the data, we have our projections, and we're trying to figure out, how do all these puzzle pieces come together? How do we make this work? So that goes to balancing the budget. So I talked a little bit about the different types of, or the limitations on types of revenue we have. So the main types of revenue for a school district are property taxes, state aid, grants, fund balance, which we'll talk a little bit more on a later slide. That's very important for our district. You'll see a historical breakdown of how we've utilized fund balance as a revenue source in the creation of our budgets, and then local revenue. In terms of expenses, you want to, as I mentioned before, provide appropriate staffing, provide effective instruction and programs, support district initiatives. We always want to try to control expenses and look for savings and explore shared services and other avenues just to try to get those cost savings. So I thought it'd be a good idea to talk about some of the projects from the last year. It's been a pretty busy year. We had the revised budget that was approved last year, which allowed us an opportunity to address some things that unfortunately haven't been able to be addressed for quite some time. So I just want to go through this real quick. I may not go through every single item because I got about 3 slides of this, but I just think it's important for everyone to kind of see the type of progress that we're able to make and the type of things that we're trying to repair or replace. So we have updated facility-wide assessment. So they're finalizing that up right now. And I anticipate that the Finance and Buildings and Grounds Committee will have a presentation on that from our architect next month at the committee meeting. And then we'll follow up with that, more information for the public after that. Door access control was another area that was included in the revised budget. That's currently in progress. That was board approved, I think, last month. The PO was out, and we're working on getting the vendors in to update our access control. It's obviously an important security feature. Upgrade of the building management system, that was complete. We had a repair of a chemical storage tank at Glen Meadow. That's complete. We had Glen Meadow 4 paving and restripe. That is complete. Rolling Hills additional parking, seal coat and restripe. Obviously, there's a lot of issues with parking at Rolling Hills, so we're trying to alleviate that, and that's scheduled for over spring break. For Rolling Hills fire alarm replacement, that was initially in the budget, but those funds were reassigned to a change order to the high school fire alarm replacement. That initially was about, I think that change was initially about $138,000, but we were able to negotiate that down just under $100,000 based off the circumstances surrounding that. So that also went to the high school fire pump replacement, which we'll see on a later slide. So we also replaced the retaining wall There's a linear retaining wall at the high school, that's been replaced. We reassigned funds from the water heater replacement. Those funds actually went to district boiler repairs, district oil tank repairs, and the replacement of the grinder pump at the high school. However, some good news there. We're still looking to address that issue with the water heater. There was a repair complete, so that repair is complete. However, we'd like to replace that with a system that has some redundancy, so we don't run into some of the issues we had in the past year. But we're actually going to try to do that in-house with some help from our architect to design it. And the plan is to use maintenance reserve funds in this proposed budget to do so. Generator, again, that went towards those two other projects. And then fire doors at Rolling Hills, Lounsbury, and Glen Meadow, those are complete. And banking replacements at Rolling Hills, those are also complete. So a project that we have been working on for quite some time, the Glen Meadow SDA window replacement actually predates me, but we had gone to bid, received responses, lowest responses protested. So every other response was higher than the cost estimate. So we had to actually reject those. It's being rebid, and we're anticipating receiving bids later this month, I believe on the 18th. Fire pump replacement, as I mentioned before, that's in progress. The cosmetology building ramp and stair repair, we had some concerns there with the stairs sinking. It just really needs to be replaced for safety reasons. That's scheduled for spring break. Walnut Ridge front entrance reconfiguration security vestibule, that's in progress. If you go past the building, you'll notice that we now have an SDA accessible ramp at what was, I believe, historically the entrance to that building, which now that that building is fully used for the preschool expansion, will now be the entrance to that building. Once again, going, I guess, full circle there. One of the other things that we're working on, which doesn't have a cost to the district, but it takes a significant amount of time, but it should have paid nice dividends for us. And I'll talk about it a little bit later, a little bit more detail, is the Energy Savings Improvement Program. So that's something that's in progress. And we're looking at getting proposals for the solar PPA later this month, which will give us more information on what the actual size of the projects related to that will be able to be based off of the savings we're able to obtain through that solar PPA when compared to the costs we're paying JCP&L. So high school fire alarm replacement, that's been happening for a while. That's when I had the change order. We're actually at inspections on that. So it's good to see that finally finishing up. At the high school, there's actually a Verizon cell antenna on top of the building. So this doesn't actually cost us anything. There was an agreement that was approved probably last year with Verizon, and they're just upgrading the antenna, and we're just going to get a little bit more in terms of rent each year. It's not a significant amount, but it's a few $1,000s extra than we were getting, and they're not taking up any additional space. So just thought it was nice to mention that, because I'm not sure that everyone was aware of that. Walnut Ridge, another thing that was kind of unseen, we had some septic system repairs. We're also having risers installed, so it's easier to access those systems. Glen Meadow, we had the chiller controller go down. That's in progress. Something that some people may be aware of, but we have a cell tower lease. That's actually going to be, everyone looks right out that way behind us. It's dark out now, you can't see, but right behind Lounsbury. So that is, again, not something that costs us money, something that will generate us money, generate us revenue. We leased that land. We're anticipating, at least right now, last update I got, that construction will start sometime in the fall, and then we'll be able to start collecting revenue from that. And that'll be approximately about $52,000 a year in revenue. And then if additional carriers co-locate on that tower, we would then get half of every additional carrier's rent to the main company that one. And then Glen Meadow Rolling Hills access point installations, that's complete. I'll try to go this a little bit quicker because I'm sure everyone wants to get to the budget. So you can see here we have more septic system repairs. That was complete. Tennis court, oil tank repairs, boiler repairs, grinder pump replacement, water heater repair, which I mentioned, water heater replacement in progress. Sidewalk safety repairs complete. Water treatment plant maintenance and repairs complete. Kitchen room abatement complete. Uninterrupted power supply battery replacement, masonry roof repair, and additional security camera installation. So mostly complete, a couple in progress. I didn't include every project on that list, but I included some of the ones that maybe, you know, are a little bit harder to notice, just so people can see though, the type of things that are going on in district. So budgeted fund balance. So this is a conversation that you probably hear me repeat a lot about how we need to manage our budget in a way where at the end of the year, we need to end with a certain balance. Now, the reasoning for that is because as you see on this graph, each year the district's been using this amount that ends at, we end with at the end of the year as a revenue in the next budget. So this can get a little complicated. So for example, in 25-26, you see that we're using about $2.5 million in fund balance. So that $2.5 million is actually from the 23-24 school year. Now, the reason that it works that way is because you have to wait for that year to be audited. And then once it's audited, then you use that, you have that amount available to you in the next budget you create. And the reason it skips a year is because you're being audited for 23-24 when you're in 24-25. But as you can see, it in 21-22 is 2.9, 22-23, it shot up to 5.7. Then it went to 3.1, just about 2.8 and 2.5. The goal here is you want to bring that number down because essentially if you end the year with not having at least that much money, you create what I call a revenue cliff. And if you have a revenue cliff, that means in that next budget you make, if you don't have that amount of money as revenue, you need to find that amount of money in cuts, right? So whatever that differential is, those are the cuts that you'd have to find. And if you're looking at a big number, those cuts generally are staff, right? So the important thing there is try to bring that number down a little bit at a time. So it's more sustainable and more fiscally responsible for the district. And that also plays a large role in something we'll talk about a little later, but is actually connected to the projects I was just discussing. So if that number is too high, not only does it have the issue of potentially having a revenue cliff where you're short on revenue for the next budget you create and therefore need to find cuts, but it also makes it less likely that you'll be able to deposit funds in the capital reserve or maintenance reserve. Now, those reserves are very important because capital reserve, you deposit money in there and those monies can be used for capital projects and improvements to the district. Maintenance reserve, those funds can be used to offset the maintenance account. So for example, if we, if in this year, this last year we did deposit money in the capital reserve, but if we didn't have any funds over that amount, we wouldn't have been able to. So it's kind of a lot of things that are connected there. The importance of depositing in the reserves because of the large amount of projects that need to happen in the district, but also primarily the importance of ensuring that you have a large enough revenue source there to create the next budget without having to have the type of cuts that, you know, obviously we want to avoid. So I just want to provide a little bit overview of fund balance. I know this is a question that comes up a lot, and it's not something that you see that often unless you're reading school audits or you're here for you know, our audit presentation in the fall, or at least last year and this year I included it in the presentation. So that first number you see there, that's excess surplus for 25-26. So that is the amount that's actually being used as revenue in this current proposed budget. And you're going to say, hey, Ray, that number is less than the number on the prior slide. So, and my answer to that is, so you're allowed to carry 2% as kind of like your emergency, you know, buffer, right? Your rainy day fund, 2% of your expenses in the prior year. But on top of that number, you're also allowed to put non-public transportation, which is current year is about, sorry, for 23-24, which was about $37,000. And then also any amount over the budgeted extraordinary aid. So extraordinary aid is somewhat difficult to project what you'll receive in a given year because it's based off of special education expenses, right? You have to put the application each year based on expenses, and then you see, you know, how that extraordinary aid is going to be funded. So in this year, we actually received more than was budgeted. I think it was about $211,000 more. So what you're seeing on this slide, the 2.5 is actually the 2.2, the 2,268,000, plus the extraordinary aid amount and the non-public amount, which is being used as revenue in the 25-26 budget. So if you look at the next number down at 2.1, that is what was used in the current year's budget, 24-25. Capital reserve is 2.5. The thing I want to note here is you'll see fund balances of 6/30/24. So that 2.5 is as of 6/30/24. As soon as 7/1/25 hits, that number is outdated. Because what happens is in the 24-25 budget, we pull money from capital reserve, right? We pulled maybe about $960,000 out of capital reserve, somewhere around there. So that number went down to about 1.5-ish. And then we pulled out about $150,000. So our current capital reserve is about 1.4. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. And then in this budget, we would be pulling out another $525,000. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Maintenance reserve is 302. Again, capital reserve can only be used for projects. It's basically trying to save up for capital improvements or things that need to be replaced, more likely things that need to be replaced or fixed. Maintenance reserve, similar. Those are the sorts of maintenance items that would fall under the 261 account line. Those are some things like you can do in-house, not so much capital projects, but still projects. Unemployment compensation, that just goes to paying unemployment. And they got assigned fund balance. So year-end encumbrances. So those are actually POs that at June 30th are encumbered, but we haven't been invoiced for them yet. So what happens is those POs get rolled over into the new year. And then once we get invoiced, then we pay them. So while that number is included in our fund balance number, it actually kind of inflates our number because it's not really money that we can spend. It's money that's already been set aside for things that have already been purchased or services already been provided that they just haven't sent us an invoice for yet. All right. Unassigned. So that gives us our unassigned fund balance. And then you'll see our last state aid payment. So they account for that. So our GAAP fund balance is about 11 million. But if you take out the 3.1 million, which is those year-end encumbrances, you're about 7.9 million, which is about $247,000 less than our fund balance for the year before, when accounting for the encumbrances in that year as well. So now everyone is an expert on fund balance. Everyone check under their booklets, multiple choice. So key impacts of the budget. So we spend a lot of time going through creating the budget, looking at historical data, looking at current year data, trying to project out what we think the rest of the year is going to look like. And then on top of that, trying to project out, once you have that projection, what you think those things will cost next year. It's difficult, right? Because as we know, costs have been changing pretty quickly on almost everything. But I wanted to talk about some of the big ticket items, the areas that have larger impacts on the budget overall. Right. So revenues, will start out with a positive. So we got an increase in state aid of about $1 million. So there's different types of state aid, that categories that make up our total state aid. So this year there was a bit of a change that was, I won't say a bit of a change, a pretty big change in the way that special education aid is calculated. So instead of kind of going off of an average, we're actually getting reimbursed for the actual number of special education students we have in district, which obviously revolutionary idea right there. So our special ed numbers, special education aid actually went up quite a bit. That was enough to offset a cut in equalization aid and a cut in transportation aid. We had an increase in security aid, and our school choice went up a little bit. So what that did though is it netted us about $1 million increase between those ups and downs. 2% of the tax levy is $998,000. We saw a decrease in the fund balance revenue from the year before, about $272,000. That's because the year before we had supplemental stabilization aid That was on top of that 2% in addition to the extraordinary aid and non-public transportation aid I had mentioned earlier. That was a one-time thing that's gone now. So that's why that's down. And then we also had a decrease in the semi-reimbursement of about $106,000, which was a surprise to every school district in New Jersey. For us, it was about a 92% cut in semi-revenue. So big surprise there. No one was expecting that, but that kind of is what it is, unfortunately. So projected increases. So the largest part of our budget is salaries and benefits. So this portion right here is just salaries, about a 3.6% increase from the year before. It's about $1.4 million. Those are contractual increases, horizontal movement, district liability insurance, about a 14% increase. It's about 142,000. Energy, 35% increase, and a little bit of background on this. So most of our schools are under Sussex Rural, which has a pretty competitive rate, right? The high school is under JCP&L, and we are under ACES, which is a cooperative to purchase electricity. So they go out to bid for a large group of schools. They purchase electricity supply, get us, essentially a better price, try to save us money. So this past year, every year rather, there is an energy supply auction, basically. And then this year, that increase in supply auction costs was significant. I have personally gotten an email from JCP&L letting me know, like, hey, this isn't our fault, but your energy is going up in June. So just giving you a heads up. But again, JCP&L has reiterated it is not their fault because they just deliver the energy, they don't supply it. So long story short, because of that big increase, the ACES contract expired in December. And that has resulted in this high school costing about $100,000 a month in electricity. So the second half of this year is significantly more expensive than the first half of the year, or rather the second 2024. The better way to explain it is September to December was significantly less than what January to June will cost in terms of the high school. So keeping that in mind, what I did was I spoke to our consultant at ACES. They do have bids out. Bids are due in April. I don't anticipate that it will be $100,000 a month, so I didn't budget for it at $100,000 a month. I think right now, based off talking to the consultant, that that's just the BGS rate. That's the meter rate, which is what we're on right now. Very expensive. So what I did was I looked at current year's expenses. I backed out the fact that we're paying $100,000 a month right now for the high school. That's just the high school by itself. And kind of went with what I think is a more reasonable expectation of what that bid might be. And then increased it by 17%, which is what our consultant basically recommended was, hey, we think everyone's gone up about 17%. So that's why you see a 35% increase there. It's at 17%, plus looking at what the costs of this actual year were compared to what was budgeted last year. And these percentages are a comparison of the 24-25 original budget to the projected 25-26, the proposed 25-26 budget. So if you look at all those numbers, I don't know if anyone's at home with a calculator in the audience, the calculator, but you're down about $250,000. Even though you have those increases in revenue, you're still not at a balanced budget. And that's not really accounting for the fact that everything else also gets more expensive. So like as I mentioned, the budget environment is difficult. I mean, that's nothing new for schools, I think. I think everyone's kind of aware that from year to year, ever since that S2 funding formula went through, budgets have been difficult, especially in Sussex County. I did find out some interesting information earlier today. Out of all the districts in Sussex County, we had the second highest cut in state aid. We were originally we were at 8, but now we had 2 years of $1 million increases, so we're down about 6.5. But Hapakong is still up, down 8. So we were the 2 hardest hit. So we'll talk about something more positive. So health benefits, everyone's favorite topic. So I don't know if everyone's aware, but we made a change in January 2025. We went to market. We were on the state plan. Now, if we would have stayed on the state plan, we would have had an increase of about 15.3%, which would have been pretty significant in terms of dollars. So we essentially went to market. We got a offer from Horizon for private Horizon for medical, which was competitive. Unfortunately, our prescription experience, which is basically then just looking at our claims history and deciding if they want to throw their hat in the ring, wasn't something they were interested in. So for a while there, we didn't think we were going to be able to make a change because obviously you can't just change medical. You need to have a prescription plan. And then kind of last minute, we got an offer from Kroger, which is who we're with now. It's a self-insured option, but it has a cap per member on it. So there's a limit in terms of liability there for the district, which I wouldn't have gone or recommended that route if that wasn't in place. But with that being said, that saved us about $700,000. That amount is split over half of last year, which would have been $200,000 in actual budget savings, and then $150,000 of money I didn't need to find somewhere else to pay for it, which wasn't budgeted because last year we budgeted a 10% increase. And then once the budget was struck, they're like, hey, it might actually be a 12% increase. And then 3 weeks later, like, hey, guess what? It's actually a 15.3% increase. So those were not numbers that I wanted to hear. So we were able to make some moves. We did some research. We worked with our consultant, Brown & Brown. We were able to put this plan in place, roll that out. And I think that it was important because if we hadn't done that, at the very least, we'd probably be, during this process, would have been probably at least another $350,000 off from balancing. But in reality, it would have been more because you would have been looking at a 15.3% increase for the rates we'd have right now today, and then another 12% increase off of that 15.3. So it's important because it's my opinion that this change essentially allowed us to maintain our current staffing levels. Because if we would have had to find those additional funds, I think that unfortunately staff would have come into the equation, which we always want to avoid. So because of these items and because of the fact that we have PEA funds and we're allowed to offset our PEA staff benefits with those funds, we are offsetting by about $500K. This results actually in a decrease from the 24-25 original budget to the 25-26 proposed budget of $244,000. This is the first time in any budget I've created that I've actually seen a decrease in health benefits. So just wanted to put a positive note out there, explain a little bit of the history, and also kind of let people know why we did it. It also had some savings for our staff members who were in Chapter 78 because essentially, if we would have stayed in the plan, since Chapter 78 contributions are based off the premium price, everyone's premiums would have gone up even more than, or contributions would have gone up even more than they did. So everyone had some savings, and just wanted to provide some background on that. So revenue breakdown. You'll notice there's not a lot of different colors on the screen, and that's because we don't have a lot of different types of revenue we can really go after. So 68.8% of our revenue is tax levy. I don't know if, see if we'll reach. Think? Oh, I'm gonna make it. Make it. Instead of going off the top of my head, I wrote the numbers down. Could have done it, but it wouldn't have been as exact. So tax levy is $50,930,084, 68.8% of our revenue source. State aid is about $18.5 million. Just as kind of a point of reference, back before S2 funding formula, it was about, let's see, about $24 million a year we're getting, somewhere around there. So you can see that if we would have gotten $24 million a year over those 5 years, we probably could have gotten that list of projects probably would have been a lot longer, and just something to think about. And then we have, after that, we have our budgeted fund balance. So that's the 2.5 million I talked about earlier, and that's the excess surplus, the extraordinary aid, and the non-public transportation. And that's a 23-24 extraordinary aid and non-public transportation. That's only 3.4% of our revenue. And then you got that 2.8% right there. And there's a few things there. I'll go through them real quick. Because there's so many very small items, I just grouped them just so the chart didn't get crazy on you. So we have $900K in extraordinary aid budgeted for the current year. We have $525K in cap reserve, $225K maintenance reserve, $315K in miscellaneous revenue and interest, and $75,000 in tuition revenue, which the backstory on that is that everyone should see in their binder, there's a tuition. A letter that says what our tuition would be. So from over the last year, when I came in, what we did was we looked at the PCR, looked at the expense accounts. We cleaned everything up, made sure everyone's getting paid out of the right areas, all the expenses in the right areas. And basically that tuition letter is the result of that. So now the tuitions that we're able to charge for our special education programs are more in line with what would make sense for us to actually accept students. So we do have some tuition revenue this year. And I just wanted to note that because there's been a lot of hard work with the special education department and the staff to develop those programs to the point where other districts are interested in sending their students to us because there's a lot of trust in doing that. So shout out to everyone on their hard work on those programs. So general fund expenditure breakdown. So the first thing I want to know, which I think is a good thing, is instruction is the biggest expense, right? That's what you want it to be. That's what it should be. So a little bit over $31.6 million, just under 31.7. Then you have employee benefits, which obviously that goes towards staffing and instruction. You have some student support services at 7.7. Really, this chart stayed relatively similar to the year before. The biggest change was that student support services is now the third largest expense, and transportation is actually now the fifth. It used to be the third, but transportation dropped down to the fifth largest expense. Facilities and security stayed around the same. Admin, central services stayed the same, and special education tuition, in terms of place in line, stayed the same. Some of those numbers did come down a little bit, as you'll see on some farther slides. So one of the things I like to talk about is what have we done to save and reduce budget costs? And that's not just something we do at budget time. That's something that we plan on and work on year round. So you'll see here a pretty significant savings in transportation. So there's a few things that go into that. So this number here for transportation is comparing the 24-25 original budget to the 25-26 proposed budget. So that budget is $650,000 less than the 24-25 original budget was. So some planning went into that in terms of PEA. Those routes have aides on those buses, which previously that's not something we had. So that allowed us to consolidate routes existing routes that we did have with those new routes, which are funded through PEA. So that led to some pretty significant savings. We then had some changes in terms of out of district placements that resulted in some additional savings as well. We also always try to look at, where routes are going. If we can combine routes, within reason, obviously you don't want an overcrowded vehicle or anything like that, where it's a safety concern. We're always keeping that in mind, but we do look for any savings that make sense. We also are in jointures where we allow other districts, you'll see those on fairly often for approval, where we're allowing other districts kind of catch a ride with one of their students, and we get some revenue from doing so, which helps us offset our transportation costs. So special education, again, this is the 24-25 original budget versus the 25-26 proposed budget, down about 145K, and that has to do with out of district changes in out of district placements. Talked about it a little before. This year we have special ed tuition revenue budgeted, so we're actually receiving students, which is great. It's a good start, and hopefully that's something we can continue to work and build upon. We have offsets from PEA. So this is actually a pretty extensive equation, or I call it equation, where basically I'm looking at all the things we're allowed to offset, any areas where we have to contribute funds or had an increased cost to see kind of where we ended. So we're about $163,000 in savings right now. Obviously that can change as variables change, but for this upcoming year, where we've been approved for about $3.9 million in PEA funds. This current year, we're at about 2.8 or 2.9. So we had a pretty big increase there. We're hoping to keep expanding that program and continue to provide those services to our community. I think it's great having a full day preschool program that is tuition free. I wish my town had that. Then also I have the partial year lease revenue for the cell tower. That's because you don't start getting rent until they start building. So I try to project when that will happen and when contractual will start getting rent. And then I talked a little bit already before, or I guess a lot of it, about that change in health benefits. But a lot of these are things that happen during the year and that we planned out. And it's nice to see some of those things have the intended results. So some other things we do during the year to try to contain costs. We use cooperative purchasing for supplies and services. We're in ACEs. We have E-rate reimbursements for internet and IT infrastructure, cooperative purchasing of property insurance and workers' comp, shared services of Vernon Township, which is something that was put in place last year between us and the town, which I think has been great for both us and them. It's nice, some savings with it, and then also has good lines of communication with the town, which is an added positive. Semi-federal reimbursement program. So I mentioned that, significant cut, there's still some revenue there, but we try to get any revenue that we can. And then ESIP, which I'll talk a little bit about at the end of the presentation with some of the other projects that we're going to pursue. All right, so 25-26 school tax levy. The levy is increasing by $998,000. A proposed levy will be increased by that amount. You'll see what last year was versus this year. And then you'll also see the local tax levy debt. So that has to do with the bonds that are being paid off by the district. And you'll see that those go down by a little bit. And that's based off of the debt payment schedule and a decrease in interest because there's less principal. So one of the things I talk about every year are ratables. So ratables have gone up. Ratables are essentially the total tax base for the township. And as the ratables grow in value, they help reduce the impact of tax increases on individual taxpayer. You'll see they've gone up pretty significantly, about 10%. So one of the things that's somewhat difficult to project, and I'll talk about it a little bit in the next couple of slides, is with those large increases in ratables and the fact that I have received information essentially that the average assessed value of houses have gone up. And I know that there have been reassessments. It makes it difficult to give you like a one number for a tax impact. So what I did this year is similar to what I did last year, where I got about 6 slides on taxes to try to figure out where everyone might be, to give them as much information as possible. Right. So there's really 2 situations. One, from 24 to 25, your assessed value did not change. So what happens there is you have the same assessed value, but the tax rate went down. So we'll talk about that in the next slide. Or at least the school tax rate went down. So the other situation is your assessed value went up. And as we all know, your assessed value goes up, your taxes go up. And that's going to be correlated with just how much your assessed value went up. Scenario 1. So essentially, you stay the same. So last year, the school tax rate would have been, I'll say 2024, because when I'm talking about years and you get a little bit confusing because the tax year and the school year are different. So the school year cuts between 2 different tax years. Since the school year is July through June and the tax year is December through January, or January through December rather. So you'll see the 1.404% for the school portion for 2024, that went down to 1.347% for the 25 calendar year, tax year. So that would be an estimated decrease of about $57 per $100,000 assessed value. Again, this is if your assessed value did not change from 2024 to 2025. There's some examples here about what that would be. And you'll see in 2024 and 2025 columns, assessed value the same. You're just simply multiplying that number by the school's estimated tax impact for that year. And that's how you figure it out. And these values were provided by Vernon Township tax assessor. Scenario 2, so your assessed value changed. So you're going to take the 2025 school tax rate, or estimated school tax rate, which is 1.347%. You're going to multiply that by your 2025 assessed value. And then you're just going to compare that to your 2024 actual portion of the annual tax. And that'll tell you what is going to be most likely an increase based on the fact that your value went up, even though the actual school tax rate went down. So for this slide, this is really just for illustrative purposes. What I did was I looked at it. I said, all right, well, this average assessed value went up by about 10%. So I looked at the numbers, I increased everything by about 10% and said, if you're started at about this number 2024, and you went to about around this number 2025, excuse me, that's what the estimated impact would be. Again, they're not based on confirmed increases. This is just me kind of extrapolating out data from the change in assessed value. Facility improvements. So I mentioned last year we took out over $900,000 in cap reserve. This year we're proposing $525,000. That's because we're trying to address projects that we feel need to be addressed. To be fair, there's a lot of projects that need to be addressed, but we have to do so in a fiscally responsible way because our capital reserve. We need to ensure we have enough capital reserve if there's an emergency in the year, essentially, right? So we have an elevator replacement at the high school, elevator replacement at Lounsbury, and PA system replacement at Glen Meadow. You'll notice similar theme as last year, where we're looking at things that are safety or security related, or with the PA system both. And then district-wide, this is the energy, this is the ESIP, the Energy Savings Improvement Plan. I'll provide a little bit of info on that. Just in case anyone has missed me talking about it before. But essentially what we did was we are working with Honeywell through a cooperative, and we have an energy audit done of the entire district. There was an ESIP done, I think back in maybe 2014 kind of time period, where they had energy improvements. And they also, that's when they did the solar field behind Lounsbury, which powers both Lounsbury and Rolling Hills, right? So you have the assessment done. We opted to have the free assessment done, the LGEA assessment, which thankfully took a shorter amount of time than it potentially could have. Some people were saying it could take up to a year, but we actually, compared to what some of those assessments were, got through pretty quickly, and the added benefit of it being free, which was nice. And then we had the investment grade audit complete. Right now, we're waiting on the PPA, solar PPA proposals to come in. I believe on the 18th they're coming in, so next week. And that'll give us an idea of what the estimated project cost would be. So essentially how this works is they look at your savings in terms of energy over a certain period of time. They then look at what your budget would be for the energy, what that savings would be. And instead of budgeting those funds towards electricity or utilities, you would budget towards a bond payment for the principal and interest. And that bond would be maybe over, like, say, a 20-year period or so. And that would allow you to pursue energy efficiency projects throughout the district, right? So we do have an ESIP, the prior ESIP, which is going to fall off, I think, 2027. So if you look at your package, you'll see that there's a ESIP principal and interest payment budgeted this year. Eventually that will fall off. And then the nice thing about ESIPs is not only can you do energy efficiency related projects, but there is some ability for some other improvements, but a small percentage of improvements. We're still waiting to see what that final cost will be. The big variable is going to be that the proposals in terms of the cost of energy per kilowatt through those solar proposals, and that will dictate the size of the total project. And then we can kind of go to a list of things that we've talked about with Honeywell and determine what projects can we look at. Are there rooftop units that don't work right now that we can replace? Things like that. So that'll be exciting. That'll also be something that the Finance and Buildings and Grounds Committee will be getting information on probably in the next month or so. And then, we'll share that information now after it goes to the committee level. And that is everything for me tonight. If you need more information, not only on this proposed budget, but maybe on prior year budgets or prior year presentations or audit information on prior year audits, please visit the Vernon Township School District website and look for the business office page. We try to put a lot of information on there. Any presentation we've done, including, I think, a project update we did in September, is on there under presentations. So I hope everyone's found this helpful, and just want to thank everyone for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Slam.
Do you want me to stick up your questions? on the board.
Questions, guys?
I do have,
Sure. Yep, absolutely.
so if you go back to the key impacts,
Can you guys, back in the presentation, sorry.
you go to key impacts.
No problem. Thank you. Let's go. Yeah, when you do the transitions too quick, it's kind of messing with me a little bit. It looks nice when I went through them slowly though, right? I guess that's the thing that counts. All right, so
You go backward, does that thing taking money out of the piggy bank?
There, this one.
there you go.
this one.
Yep.
Okay, so if you go down to energy, you're estimating a 35% increase in our next budget based on what we have now, right?
35% from the original 24-25 budget, but we're transferring funds in.
We're
The
transferring funds
Yeah,
in.
we gotta transfer funds in to pay for energy for this year.
And
So
then
that's why it's
also-
35%, because what basically I'm looking at what we spent so far this year. I'm looking at what I think we're gonna spend for between now and June. And then I'm taking into account as kind of like a mitigating factor, that when we get those bids, the price should be more reasonable for the high school.
So
And then I'm increasing that by 17% because right now, what I've seen kind of across the board, just in terms of schools, but essentially everybody in the state is probably looking at maybe they're telling us for the school 17% increase based off of where we are, but I think I got around an email around the same in my house. Expect about a 17% increase in June. So
just to make sure I understand it correctly, the ACES contract that we have now, if we keep that, we can expect a 35% increase. And that's accounting for what you're transferring in. And then, if I'm probably using the wrong term. But we're going to go out for bid and look to find something cheaper.
So what happened was in December, the contract for ACES expired. And because that energy auction had already happened, I think the numbers, I went to a PD on it, and I think the number was about an 800% increase or so in the cost of energy at that auction, which I don't know how, but somehow that equates to about a 17% increase for everyone else once it goes through the Board of Utilities. So what they were waiting for, because they normally wouldn't have that big of a gap in terms of when they go out for bid and when they have a contract in place, in terms of ACES. I mean, what they're waiting for was to see how that increase at the auction was going to be handled by, I believe, the Board of Utilities, and how that was going to flow down to customers. So they're waiting on the decision. Once that decision was made, which honestly, not an expert in that field, so I don't know exactly what the decision was, other than it was the costs were going to go up. So they went out to bid. They're going out to bid in March, I believe, and then those bids will be due in April. So right now we're not on the ACES contract, and the ACES contract only covers the high school, because for the rest of the schools we're in Sussex Rural, so it's a more consistent rate there because it's a cooperative, which is nice.
Yeah.
So right now we're not on a contract. It's very expensive to power the high school right now. We should hopefully be going on a contract sometime in April and May. With that being said, I don't know what those bid prices will be. I'm just estimating they'll be less than the supply we're paying right now, which is basically the utility rate, the BGS rate.
So
So
we're paying as if we were just a regular.
exactly.
Okay,
Yep.
so, and before that, we were on a contract that saved us.
Correct, through December.
Okay, now I understand.
Yep.
So we were on a contract.
Yep.
That saved us money. It expired.
Yep.
Now we're paying meter rate.
Yep.
And in April, we'll be on another contract.
Should be
So the
April or May. Yep.
increase will not be 35%, it'll be 17% once we're on that new contract.
Yeah. So it'll be, yeah.
It's
So
so confusing.
yes. So what I did was I took what we paid so far. I looked at what we're paying for the high school. I anticipate it won't be $100,000 a month, hopefully, when we get onto, once we get onto the bid. I don't know exactly what the bid prices will be, because it's a bid process. It depends on who puts in for the supply, right? What kind of competition there is, but I'm estimating not at 100K, less than that. And then I'm taking that, because the increase would be in June, and I'm increasing that by 17%.
And you had also mentioned later in the slides, I didn't remember exactly which slide it was on, we're taking initiatives to do more energy efficient
Yep,
things.
ESIP. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So the good thing with that is the ESIP will always be, but it will be budget at the very least budget neutral, right? So it won't have an impact where it's going to cause an increase in taxes. And ideally, depending on the size of the project and what projects you pursue and the bond that is then related to it, ideally it would have, I believe, at least a little bit of pressure on the budget, right? And if it doesn't do so, maybe necessarily short term in terms of cash flow, it will do so in the long term. Because since solar is a large portion of what we're looking at, and that's the power of the high school, which, by the way, the reason the high school is so expensive is because it's an all electric building. So that's why it's about $100,000 a month right now off the contract. So since the solar will be hopefully close to about, maybe hopefully 85 to 100% of that building in terms of cost, not only does that help us potentially with cash flow, depending on how the project looks and how the cash flow ends up going through, but long-term it will provide consistency to us, because the way those agreements work with the solar is you contract out how much you're paying per kilowatt with a built-in escalator. Depending on the contract, either every year, every couple of years, right? So instead of us saying, hey, this unit's going up 17%, right? We can say, okay, well, we have our contract. We know what the rate is, and we know what the next rate is going to be. So it'll provide consistency for the budget, and also it'll be savings, because I think the thing that we're kind of all seeing kind of across the board, but especially with energy right now, is it's going up, right? And I don't foresee it not continuing to go up at a fast rate. So if we can get that budget consistency, it'll help us get these projects, which will end up paying even more dividends later, because we'll have the consistency and the rates are just going to get more expensive and expensive over time. And we'll have that locked in rate with the locked in escalator.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Good question, by the way. Sorry for the very long answer.
Now I understand it. It's so complex, but it's also really interesting. And I think that the steps towards consistency are that's a good thing.
Thank you.
Joe?
The preschool expansion aid, that's totally separate from this, is that correct?
So separate, but somewhat related. So essentially, now that we have the preschool expansion aid, I do 2 budgets every year. So we do our regular budget. Then we have the preschool expansion aid budget, which ties directly in to this budget, right? So we receive it's about $3.9 million for the upcoming year in state aid for preschool expansion.
Wait, may I interrupt you?
Yeah,
That
sure, no problem.
1 million in increase in state aid, that does not include the preschool increase.
It does not include this.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
So there's different categories, and this is considered like it's like, I believe it's called a special state aid, and it's actually accounted for in Fund 20. But every time they do their presentation, they talk about it, they say it's not a grant, all right? Because it's state aid, you get it monthly, right? Whereas a grant, it would be either most likely would be reimbursable, so you'd expend it and then have to apply for reimbursement. So correct, though, that is separate from the increase in state aid. Those are our regular categories, which are transportation, security, special ed, equalization, and school choice. Back to the real question. Sorry. So the budgets do tie in together. Right now there are some costs related potentially to transportation, depending on how much the program expands this upcoming year. If we need additional routes, then the district will pick up part of that tab for that transportation. But we are able to offset in other areas. I think I talked a little bit about it on, I didn't go too indefinite, but let me, there we go. Right there. So there are some areas where we have to expend more, right? So we have to fund inclusion students. So those are special education students that are in a regular education classroom. So we have to fund those at the essentially per student rate set by the state, and then adjusted for our geographic cost adjustment, right? So that's a cost because PEA will not fund the inclusion students. We fund that out of our budget. And have a contribution that transfers in. We have to fund part of the transportation, but the other side of that is any staff member that works under PEA, their salary and benefits are paid for through PEA. A portion of transportation, which is tied to the state aid calculation, is paid for through PEA. Bus aids are paid for indefinitely through PEA. And then anyone that isn't necessarily, say, like a preschool teacher, that assists or supports the PEA program, you can offset a portion of their salary and benefits with PEA funds. And then also to kind of start off, we had already a preschool program. So there were staff in place that we were funding through the general fund budget that now, because as long as they're regular ed, preschool teachers, or for example, the custodians and the door monitor, RPO, they're all funded entirely through PEA now, instead of being funded through the general fund budget. So when you kind of look through all those different variables, that's why I say we're about $163,000 in savings when you kind of add it all up. But I always try to find everywhere where I can offset where it's allowable, because if you don't, it can end up costing, right? And either way, you're providing a really great service to the district. It's great for the students. They're starting their education earlier, puts money back into parents' pockets. And preschool is expensive. So I think it's a really nice thing for the community. So I'm glad we were able to get it. And I think that was a big accomplishment by the administration and also the staff, and the great job they're doing with the kids.
More questions, Jeff?
Yeah, okay. First, that crypto miner, is that what that is? Would you hire him?
Caught me. That's our next revenue source right there. Gotta check the regs on that.
Yeah.
Last
15.
The last 15 years.
I can change the slide if you want.
So I like.
He's
this
busy at
part.
work.
Thank you for pointing out that where you guys were making savings, right? Where we reduced costs and everything. But I saw on the beginning slide, you had local revenue, and I believe that if I'm correct, the local revenue is what we're kind of raising, right? And you mentioned a couple of things where solar, which is old, what we've had for a couple of years, right? The solar that is behind the Lounsbury and Rolling Hills. But we also, you said Verizon, that's something new, the Verizon cell tower, or on top of the high school. The cell tower we're gonna put here, and also tuition, because you guys made some adjustments to our special education program. So that equivalents to about 3% increase that we put back into the budget because of.
So the local revenue would be miscellaneous revenue. So those are things that kind of happen throughout the year that are a little bit more difficult to project. Like for example, I'm not sure if I actually shared this to everybody, but this year we got paid $6,000 for our parking lots to be used for the weekend by Spartan Race. Right. So that's something that might not happen every year, but this year they called us up and they said, how much would it cost? And we looked at the numbers, like it costs $6,000. Feels right. So we got $6,000 off. So there's kind of those miscellaneous things. And I'm like, man, they said yes pretty quick. I should have gone higher, but I'm just kind of joking. But so that's those miscellaneous revenues. Right now, I think I have that at about 65K, right? Proposed. And then we have interest, which is about 250K. That's somewhere that actually, before I started, broken record, it was budgeted at 0 because our interest rate was 0.15%. When I came in, I got it up to 4.85% based off a couple rounds of negotiation. Unfortunately, it's not still 4.85%. It does track the, I believe the Fed target rate. So I have to check where it is. The last time I checked, it was probably around 3.8%. It's probably lower by now, but last I checked, it was 3.8. So that's something that we kind of have to keep in mind interest wise, right? So this year we're on track to have more interest than what was budgeted, which is good because it goes towards that balance at the end of the year, which ensures that A, we have the ability to fund the next budget, and then B, if there's the ability to put money in cap reserve, right? So that could break either way though, right? So we all kind of knew rates were going to go down, but we didn't know how quickly they go down. There was delays in how quickly those rates ended up going down, which ended up benefiting the district. Didn't benefit anyone that was looking to buy a house, but it benefited the district because we had the interest rate and the balance in there. So let's see, I said interest, I said miscellaneous revenue. So right now for miscellaneous revenue, I think we're at maybe 20 something thousand dollars for the year. I can't remember off the top of my head. So we're a little behind, right? So next year I have us at about 65K because I'm including the cell phone tower as part of that miscellaneous revenue for the full 65. And I know we're not going to collect for the whole year because essentially the commencement date starts and then they have 90 days for their first rent payment. But then the following year, it'll be the full 52. So then when I make that budget, I would then increase our miscellaneous revenue based off of what miscellaneous we received during that year, plus the 52, and then cross my fingers, maybe we'll have a co-locator on that right now. I think Verizon is the provider that's interested, with the company that won. I believe it was Wireless Edge is the company that won. So now it's Verizon. Hopefully there's other co-locator. Not for nothing, I have T-Mobile, so hopefully it's T-Mobile so I can get better service. But we'd get half of that rent. So there's the opportunity there for that to grow as a revenue source over time. And then the Verizon, that's been on top of the high school. I think we have historically gotten maybe $11,000 or $12,000 a year in revenue from that. The upgrade is, I think it's like another $2,000. So we're somewhere around between $14,000 to $15,000 a year on revenue that after that upgrade's complete. And there's an escalator in that contract. I can't remember off the top of my head what it is. It's probably somewhere around 2% or so. Same thing with the cell phone tower. There's an escalator in that year over year as well. So we ensure that we're continuing to have that revenue kind of keep up with inflation. But yeah, those are our local revenue sources. The property taxes I keep separate because it's such a large percentage, you know.
Since interest is included in that.
Yeah, so it's
probably gonna be lower next year, you think, you project, or are we? looking
it
at
depends
more
on what
money?
happens with rates. So right now, I said the last time I checked was like 3.8. If I could predict it, I'd be a very rich man, I guess is the way I would put it, right? So it's 3.8. It depends on what happens with the economy. Which again, if I could predict it, I'd be doing very well in the stock market. But we have to be conservative with that, because if we're not and we over budget a revenue, what's going to end up happening is it's the same thing as under budgeting an expense, right? Because at the end of the year at the audit, they're looking at what was your budgeted revenues, right? What were your actual revenues? And they're looking at what was your budget expenses and what was your ending balance. And they look at all that, and that's how you figure out what that fund balance and that excess surplus is at the end of the year. And then hopefully if you're in a situation where you can meet your excess surplus requirement in terms of what you think you need to fund your next budget, then you can talk about maybe putting something in cap reserve or maintenance reserve to try to tackle some of those projects. Again, study-wide assessment's almost done. I saw a draft. It's extensive, and it's going to take a lot of planning to kind of figure out how we want to tackle that. And that'll go to the Finance, Buildings, Grounds Committee, and then information will, be forthcoming to obviously the full board and then public. Oh, and also the tuition is under the local revenue too, like you mentioned.
Questions, Melissa?
It's kind of a two-parter.
Sure. I like questions.
Okay.
I might give you like 8 answers to your 2 questions. So
Dollar amount or percentage of our revenue that comes directly from federal funding, and of the state funding that we receive, is any of that contingent upon federal funds being paid out?
So state aid is not, that's from the state. The federal funding would be semi, which at this point is very low. No, it's not the only one, but so it's the only one that goes into our general fund budget, right? And then we have Title I, Title II, and Title IV. The county said budget Title I at 75%. I usually budget 85%. The one that I'd probably be, there might be different answers depending on who you talk to. The one that I would probably be most worried about there being a change with would be IDEA funding. And that's because that directly affects our, not Title I and IDEA probably most directly affect our general fund budget, because IDEA is used to offset out of district tuition. So that's about 700 and it's probably around $700,000 to $710,000 right now, because I have it budgeted at 85%, because you don't know what you're going to get, right? So what would happen if we would lose funding there, then we wouldn't have as much of an offset with our out of district tuition. So we'd have to transfer funds in. So we have to find money somewhere else in the budget or not purchase something, then transfer those funds in to cover the tuition.
So to make it, sorry, follow up.
Nope, no
To
problem.
make it easy for me, if I'm looking at that pie chart that shows all of that revenue, are we, of that $74 million, what are we looking at in federally paid, a percent, less than a percent?
Yeah. So the reason that it's separate is because the federal, let me grab my book. So the federal funding is separate. So it's not in the 74 million. Yeah, the 74 million is just our operating budget, right?
Okay.
So the federal grants will go into Fund 20, which is the basically grant accounting.
Okay.
And then what essentially happens is you can purchase things out of grants that are allowable under the grants. And then if you were to lose that grant funding, then the decision would have to be, well, is it something we need? And if it is something we need, then we'd have to find a way to pay it out of the operating budget. But as it exists right now, it's separate in Fund 20. Now, the only way that would have a direct impact on 10, what 10 is the operating budget, would be if we needed it, we didn't have the federal funding, we had to purchase it, and then IDEA, because that's a direct offset where they're out of district tuition. I'm going to see if I can pick up my book so I can at least give you a dollar amount for federal, because I can't remember off the top of my head right now.
Okay. Shall I hold the mic?
I got it, thank you though. Let's see. Oh, man. So if you look at the tab 4, right? So on the second page of tab 4, you'll see total general fund. So that's what that $74 million is. And above that, you'll see the breakdown of tax levy, local revenues, state aid, and the federal semi funds, right? So that comes out to that 74 million. And then if you look right below that, you'll see special fund 20, right? Don't pay too much attention to the student activities fund and scholarship fund. That is just listed because a couple of years ago, it became a requirement for that to be added into the audit, but essentially it's just we're custodians of those funds, right? We can't use those funds for anything other than, student activities or scholarships, because student activities it's really the clubs and the students funds, and we just are the custodians of it, right? And we just report out on what that is. So it doesn't really have an impact on our budget. Now, when I say it doesn't really, I mean, it doesn't have an impact on our budget at all. So, although they did benefit from the interest change.
If they did.
They don't know it though. All right, so let me go down. You'll notice with Fund 20, you'll see a large increase in funding, and that's because the PEA funding is there now, right? So we have. Wash my hands too much. Hands are dry, can't get the page.
Right.
All right. So if you go to page 3, so you'll see what I have estimated for Title I. It's about $250,000. So we also have Title II, $51,000. We use Title II mainly for professional development and improvement of instruction, right? It's a lot of like PDs and things like that. A lot of times in the approvals, you'll see there's 2 separate charts. Most of the things say they're funded under Title II. It'll be a 20 account. So that means we're using the grant to pay for that. And then we have Title IV, which is a much lesser amount, about $17K. And then you got IDEA, which is $708,000 estimated for IDEA Part B, which is what we use to offset tuition. And then we have IDEA for preschool as well. And IDEA is the Individual Disabilities Education Act, IDEA. I think I remember that correctly. I would just call it IDEA. So that'd be for special education preschool students. That could mostly it's used for things like evaluations and maybe supplies for the PSD classrooms. All right. So basically you got a total of about $1 million in federal funds. So if you look at, I don't want to do math off the top of my head. So, but about $1 million out of, I will say Mr. Rogers is like a human calculator. So I don't know if he looks like he's over there. I don't know. I don't want to put you on the spot, but, but it's about $1 million out of our budget. So our total budget, when you account for Fund 20 and our debt service and our general fund, is about 81 million.
Okay.
So yeah, no problem. And next year I'll try to remember and I can put that on there, just in case. Yep, sure.
We have it mixed.
Oh yeah, the federal funding. We'll see what we'll see what happens with if we don't have it, it's not just going to impact us. So everyone's going to be trying to figure it out.
Sure.
So
What you're saying is the federal funding through Titles 1, 2, and 4. There's no Title 3, right?
there's Title III, but we don't receive any Title III funding.
Title 1, 2, and 4 that we receive. It's not something that we count in our budget per se. It's something that we use for things that we don't necessarily need, but we seriously benefit from. It sounds like kind of a gray area.
It depends because it can change from year to year. Because basically what happens is each year, and it's not going to happen until over the summer, we get our allocations, right? And then we have to apply and say, hey, we got our allocation. We're going to apply and say what we're going to use our allocation for, right? And then these are for IDEA and title. they're both grants that are reimbursable. So you spend the money, you account for it in Fund 20, and then you have to apply for reimbursement, and then you'll get those payments. So that's why I think I got a question a couple of times where you see in the board secretary's report, there may be a negative number in Fund 20. That's because we haven't received those monies yet from the federal government, right?
Are we doing anything to prepare? Because it sounds like from what we can all see, it sounds like we can anticipate cuts in that in the future.
Disruptions at the very least.
Disruptions. So are we doing anything to prepare for that? Or is it something that we really will just kind of, it's not worth it, we'll just see what happens and deal with it then?
So the realistic answer is there's really not much you can do to prepare for that, right? So for example, like really the only thing you could have maybe done, which wouldn't have really made sense, was turn around and say, I'm estimating we're not going to get any federal funding. Let's cut $1 million from our budget and hope we're right. Right. So that's not a good place. Right. So hopefully the hope is that there aren't changes in terms of the funding that's received. But if there, say, were, what you would do is you look at what you were purchasing at a title. You take a real hard look about whether it's something you need. And then if it is something you need, you have to try to figure it out. And then it comes down to if it's something you need, but you need something more, you have to go what you need more.
Yeah.
Right. And it's tough. But hope right now, all the BAs that I've talked to, they've budgeted it because the alternative, there's really not really a great alternative. There's no real way to really prepare for that because like I said, you have your budget, you have about, I think for us, it's maybe like 74%, salaries and benefits, 74, 75, somewhere around there. There's not a lot of supply funds, in terms of like supplies to the schools. You know, we're not telling people, no, you can't buy that, but in terms of the overall size of the budget, it's not a big portion of the budget, right? And the rest of it's transportation, out of district, tuition, energy, and just operating, you know, so.
Although you didn't cut it, right, you did budget 75% of that?
IDA budgeted 85%, title I budgeted 75
Okay.
after talking to BAs at our county meetings. And then I'm in a BA family. So I talked to my wife and then I had the opportunity, it's kind of a benefit. I talked to my father-in-law's a BA in Pennsylvania. So he was in New Jersey. He was a BA in Summit for a long time. He retired and then he was immediately a BA in Pennsylvania. But so I got the perspective from New Jersey and the BAs he's talked to in Pennsylvania. And basically we're hoping it's not gonna make up, but no one knows for sure. And there's not a lot you can really do about it.
Yeah. You made an informed decision.
Basically, it's really all I can do. That's really the whole thing with the budget. You look at all the data you have available. You look at what the needs are, you try to make it work, and you try to project based off the information you have, what next year might look like. And that kind of goes back to why I always say it's a living document, right? And that's why you'll see budget transfers.
Yes.
Because if I could predict that 100%, I would be very, very rich. I'd be at the stock market and it'd be a sure thing, right?
Ryan has a question.
Okay, well, I have a comment on the federal before I get to my questions. So I think right now there's a tendency with people to look at what's happening in Washington with the Department of Education and come to the assumption that it automatically means cuts. What they're trying to do in Washington is to cut the federal bureaucracy, reduce the state's burden in complying with that federal bureaucracy, and then whatever aid it is that you're supposed to be getting from the federal government, you will instead get from your state. And because you're reducing the bureaucracy and you're reducing the amount that the states have to rely on federal regulation, you're actually increasing the funds available to the states to distribute to their districts. So I think there's a little bit of panic going on with what's happening in Washington. I don't see that it's going to be a problem myself. So the question that I had, questions, we're voting on this tonight?
Yes. So tonight it's the preliminary budget. So it's a vote to submit it to the county for review. And then there is a public hearing on May 1st. Yep, correct. Yeah, you got it. Absolutely.
Okay, so we got this yesterday?
So It
been
was
a couple of days.
Tuesday. Yeah, so it was available Tuesday and it was at the finance committee, for the last couple.
No,
weeks
it
we were
wasn't.
talking about.
Well, it
Okay,
was on-
so,
Yeah,
It was on Monday. It was not the finance committee.
no, well, we had a finance committee last week. And I asked for this at the committee meeting and I was told I couldn't have it because it was confidential. And I actually objected to that. I said it telling me that this material wasn't available to me at a committee that I was on signaled to me a lack of trust. Now, I was told that it had nothing to do with trust, that it was past practices not to release this to committee members. But I was also told it was because we've had leaks in the past, neither of which has anything to do with me. All right. I wasn't here for past practices, and I certainly wasn't here for any leaks. And I think if you're asking me to vote, whether it's just a submission, on a preliminary budget, how many items are on here?
What do you mean by items?
How many expenditures?
We have a lot of expense lines. Yeah.
Thousands?
Oh, no, we don't have 1,000 expense lines. I don't know the exact number,
Hundreds?
but yeah. 'Cause
Right,
it's
and
account
I'm
chart
supposed to
accounting,
go over that
so-
in one day and vote on it.
Yeah. So I will say that the reason that that wasn't shared was because at that point, last Monday, which was the 3rd, we still had about a $700,000 gap that we were trying to balance. So everything was.
Right,
drafted.
but there
Yeah.
were things that were on there that you already knew. I mean, you told us at the beginning of this presentation that you start this process a
Yep.
long time ago, right?
Yeah, so I wouldn't, so it was a committee decision not to share it, but I would not traditionally share a budget that still had a
Well, you were
$700,000
willing to
gap.
share it. You said that we could have it in PDF form and that was overruled.
Once I got the gap balanced, once I got it balanced.
Which we
So-
did get on Monday at the committee meeting that we
Right.
did not, apparently you didn't attend. It was the decision of the
It's-
committee because it wasn't a final document and.
No, I was told because it was
There were
confidential.
multiple reasons. One of them was that it was not final. It was a work in progress, as Ray pointed out, and he was going to be working on it every day from that day forward. So it felt like to give it out when it was changing on a minute-to-minute basis was premature. And we did say that we would have it the following Monday at the next committee meeting, which today's Thursday, so it gave several days. But we did go over it in that committee, that first committee meeting.
Yeah, so the committee got it Monday.
Right.
before we got it Tuesday.
And
So the
thank you.
finance
I'm not
members did-
downplaying what you did. I appreciate it, but you did a 2-hour presentation where I had nothing to reference.
Well, we went
That's-
over a lot of this, the last meeting, that you didn't attend.
Monday.
On Monday, we went, it's all on here. We went through it all.
And
almost
it
line
was
by
on the
line,
drive
everything that we saw.
As of Monday. as
Do you mean
well.
on
So-
the 3rd?
10th.
The one on
The
this
third.
past Monday.
Yeah, it's because nothing was finalized yet, and we're still $700,000 off. So as early as, so we got stated on Thursday of the week before. I believe it was Thursday. Friday, we were $1.6 million off. I worked all weekend over it from my house. And by Monday, we were $700,000 off. I would say probably by Tuesday or Wednesday, we were $300,000 or so off. And I worked through the week on it to get it to balance. We do work on it for months, but unfortunately, we don't get the state aid information till the end of February. And
Okay,
it
so
really-
that's
it
one of
really
my
gives us,
primary questions. then.
It puts us in a tough place because we have a statutory deadline of March 19th to have it
Right,
submitted.
so
Yeah.
one of my primary questions is all along, you were predicting a cut in state aid,
Mhm.
right? This is what we kept hearing. There would be a cut in state aid.
Potential cut of 3%. is
Right,
what
and
the-
we got
what
$1
the
million,
state said.
we got $1 million boost in state aid.
Yeah, they said that 3 days before they release the state aid
And the
numbers, there could be a
2%
3%.
annual levy is just short of $1 million. Right?
$998,000.
All right, so my question is, why can't we give the taxpayers a break? If we were thinking that we were gonna see a cut in state aid and we actually got a boost in state aid, why instead of automatically utilizing that 2%, can't we say, let's take what we got from the state, be thankful, and give the taxpayers a break. Now, when I asked you that question the last time, you said because we'd have to cut staff. So
Correct.
when you say we'd have to cut staff, do you mean we would have to fire people? Or are you talking about hiring freeze? Are you talking about attrition and not replacing staff? What kind of staff cuts would we have to look at in order to not use that 2%?
You'd probably have to fire at least 10 staff, I would say, depending on what their salary and benefits would be.
Had you already calculated that beforehand?
You would not do that because you wait for state aid, because state aid has fluctuated so much. So you have a big gap. So for example, before state aid, obviously the gap would have been 2.6 million, which is similar to the situation we were in last year. I think last year we actually started out 3.6. Last year we started out 3.6 million gap. So it's a work in progress. So I said, hey, Friday we were 1.6 million off. Well, Tuesday we were 2.6 million off. So as you're working that number down, state aid plays a big factor in it. And you don't want to turn around before state aid and say, okay, we're gonna, look at staff positions, because staff positions last year and this year, specifically because of the history of what has happened here with state aid cuts and losing those staff, is the last thing you want to look at, because there's already been a large amount of staff cuts and there's only so many cuts that can be absorbed. So you don't come out and say, hey, we're looking at staff before you have all the information, because then
People panic.
you, one, panic, but also two, you want to do everything you can to avoid it.
All right, so if we didn't use the 2%, would we still cut staff?
Yeah, it's about $1 million.
And Mr. Fisher, from although we got $1 million in state aid last year and the year before, comparing how much state aid we got in 2020, we have $6 million less in state aid than what we got in 2020.
Per year. So it's, like I said, it's a difficult environment and you're projecting a year out. So $1 million on a budget of about 74 million. It's tough to get when most of it is either going to be salaries and benefits. There's not a lot of real, like in terms of percentage of the budget, supplies isn't a very high percentage. There's not even $1 million in supplies. There just isn't, right? Transportation, we can't decide that we're not going to bus people because we legally have to, right? We can't decide that, kids aren't.
There were a couple of things I was looking at. We saw huge increases in textbook costs. 487% at Rolling Hills, 311% at Lonsberry Hollow, 622% at CM. I mean, those alone are a few $100,000. Purchased education systems up 215%.
So you're looking at lines, right?
Yeah,
You're
looking
the
at
numbers.
lines.
But this is based off of what the number was the year before, right? And we can't just, and maybe Mr. Gagliosha, if you want to talk about textbooks a little bit, because I'm not a curriculum guy. But all right, let's see. I don't know if we want to go through this line by line. I don't know that that's going to help much, but if you give me the account number, I'll take a look at it.
Okay, let me ask you a question then. Am I not supposed to go through it line by line?
No, you can, but that would have been a discussion really at the finance level, or if you had a question beforehand, because I don't have the details memorized for every line. We can look at it now. So what line are you referencing? Sorry, I couldn't find the word.
There were textbooks.
So 11, 190, 100, 640.
Well, you have Rolling Hills up 487% to $132,000. CM up 622% to $162,000. Lonsberry Hollow up 311% to
Yes.
$104,000.
So, Mr. Gaglister, if you want to correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that the year before, we didn't have the textbooks that we needed to replace. And I think it's mainly, he's looking right here. Last year, the year before was like $20,000. So that's maybe like one subscription, right? He's here, here.
So which is the anomaly?
I have to.
We have to look at the detail. Yeah.
Computer supplies,
This is,
$520,000, up 418%.
So that's the combination of two lines. It was under the 800 account. They were all supplies. So we moved it to the supply line. So that account's actually up $40,000 over the year on a $645,000 budget, which is about a 4% or 5% increase.
It says 418%.
Yep. So there's two account lines that existed that were combined in the one, because the other account line, which you'll see farther down, I think it's 1100, 190, 100, 800, you'll see a significant decrease, probably around $400,000. And that's because we combined it into the 1100, 109, 1100, sorry, 11, 190, 100.
So you're saying there's an offset somewhere else?
Yeah, so it's puts and takes, because some things, for example, that one specifically I know because it was under an account number that didn't agree with what was being purchased under. So what I'm doing each time I go through the budget, you don't catch it all at once. You catch a little bit a year at a time. And this is only my second budget here. You find something that's under the wrong account number, you move it to the right account number. There were supplies that were being budgeted under expense account. To everyone in this room, that doesn't really matter. But to me, it should be under the supply line. So what I did, and I don't know if I'll reach you. I'm just checking to make sure I don't pull it out of the thing or, oh, you didn't have it open.
No, I
Okay.
took it off the computer.
Yeah, it's going to be, so he's looking at, for everyone here, he's looking at 11, 190, 100, 610, 08002 computer supply software. Now, if you go down to 1100, 190, 100, 810, it says district technology. You'll see a decrease of $484,000. So that $484,000 from the current year's budget was moved into the supply line because they were all software subscriptions and supplies, which are considered supplies for GAAP chart of accounting. So that's why you'll see that negative. I lost it. Negative 484, and then you'll see a positive 520. So that offsets. So certain things will be accounting corrections in terms of there's a more appropriate account for it to be in.
Is there a way we can get line item notifications on these? I mean, what I'm saying is I'm sitting there going through this budget, right? I'm going through it line by line, which is what I believe I'm supposed to be doing, right?
Things you're asking questions because
things will catch my eye.
Budget as the administrator.
Right? So if I see an increase of 484%, that's something that catches my eye. So it would help me and help all of us, where I wouldn't be wasting our time with this right now, if it said reference this line because it's an offset. All right. I mean, I just took notes this afternoon and, I would see that up and down the sheet. Sometimes I didn't even note it because it was $4,000, but the $4,000 was also a 300% increase. And I'm sitting there saying, why a 300% increase? If I see 4%, if I see 5%, no bells go off. If I see 122%, bells go off, or if I see exceptionally big numbers like $462,000, 215% increase for purchased education systems, I say to myself, why is there a 215% increase?
Yeah,
Right?
so you could ask the question.
I mean,
and if I
we're
beforehand,
talking about my objective, and I would hope everyone's objective, right, is try and keep costs down, right? Try and give some relief to the taxpayers. And if I look at something that's up 215% and it's a $462,000 item, then I'm saying, well, instead of talking about cutting staff, maybe we can talk about why a cost went up $230,000.
Is that 11-000-222?
I don't know. It's purchased education systems.
And it's hard for me to find if I don't have the account number, because the description could be used multiple times, because the way you read it is through the account numbers.
Well, this is what I'm saying though.
484, no, I already talked about the district technology. Here's the
I-
thing. So like if
They-
I were to go
Ray,
through.
hold on one second. This is my point, okay? I'm not sure you're reading me. It's from my perception. And it may not be the perception of the other 8 members here, but from my perception, I'm not getting enough information to make a decision. All right? If I see a line item that shows an increase of $462,000 and it's 215%, right? I can ask you about that line item.
Mhm.
I can ask you about all the line items that set off my alarm bells when I was looking at
Mhm.
this. But I'd rather not ask you. So what I'm saying is, if you have a certain increase in expenditures or a decrease, because I saw some that said minus 300%. An
So-
explanation here would save a lot of time here.
Okay, the level of explanation would depend, because I mean, each one of these line items isn't one item. It's the entire budget for that expense,
understand.
right? So are you asking for an in and out of every single thing
Okay,
that changed
as an
in an
example,
account?
right? As an example,
Because,
I looked at computer supplies up 418% for $520,000, right? You very easily explained to me that there's a $484,000 offset because you had changed, right?
Mhm.
Where that accounting was being made. What I'm saying is you could have saved me the trouble of sitting here and asking you about this if there was a notation in here that said, reference this line where the offset is.
so when you do the advertised budget, for example, which we're not at, that happens after the preliminary, after it's approved by the county, anything that has a change of 4% has a notation on it. But that you cannot do the advertised budget until
All right, when is that?
that's after it gets approved by the.
Yeah, I'm
county, 'cause it
voting
goes to the
tonight.
paper.
Which I just
You're
sent
putting
to
the
the county.
preliminary.
We're just sending it to the county for them to review
I
it.
understand what you're saying. There's a million questions though.
Yeah, but people can ask questions, but honestly,
Yeah.
I
Which starts with.
haven't received questions other than a couple before this. I mean, if you have questions, please ask them. I think everyone knows that I'm not exactly someone that's not willing to give information. If anything, I give too much information usually. It's actually the first time someone's told me I didn't give enough information, to be honest.
I think I have the line item if you want to know it. For the
Sure, yeah.
I think he's referring to this one. That 215%.
So that is actually PEA. So that's state aid. That doesn't have anything to do with the tax levy.
Brian, Brian,
He's telling,
he's answering your
that's
question.
2218. So when you see 20, that's a grant, but in this case, it's actually the PEA funds to the state. So that actually means, right, it's going from 214 to 677. So that is the amount of money that we are paying to private providers if our program expands to 3 private provider sites. So the reason that expands is because this year we have 1 provider site. If we were to expand to 3, they would get paid a tuition amount at, I can't remember the provider tuition amount off the top of my head. Averaged by adjusted by the geographical cost average per student for the year. But again, that's PEA money, and that does not impact the tax levy at all. Anything in Fund 20 does not impact the tax levy.
It's under special revenue funds, is that?
Yep.
Mean that? It's
Special revenue is Fund 20. Yep.
Yeah, so that anything in that category would not be impacting or.
Right.
Are there any other large areas that jumped out to you or?
To be honest, that jumped out at me too when I emailed him today about it and he gave me the same answer. I said, what the heck is that?
Right, I mean, so tonight's the preliminary, right? We send it over to the county, we vote on it. I understand what, especially, I've been through this too, where you're like, oh my God, I gotta vote on this.
Mhm.
And I just got it this morning, you know, but, well, what, I didn't, just correct me if I'm wrong. This is going on to the county, we still have until May
May.
1st to ask as many questions as we want. To you guys can still refine the budget a little bit, you can still make additions or subtractions, whatever from it. And at the end of the day, on May 1st, we can still reject the budget. Like this doesn't give us, by voting on it tonight, doesn't give up our right to keep looking at this budget.
You need to have a budget adopted by May 7th, I believe.
Right, but if we are asking your questions between now and May 1st, we shouldn't be at May 5th trying to say, come on,
You
Ray, what are you gonna do
could.
with this money? You're, you
You
know,
could,
like.
you could
so you
make
have a couple
changes,
months
but
to
you
go through
would
it.
just have to get approval
Have
from the
to go
county to
back
make
the
those
county,
changes.
yeah.
It'd have to go back to the county, detailing what changes you made.
And you,
Yep.
but you can still vote no on the budget,
Right.
yeah.
We still have time
Yeah, I think,
to work with you.
yeah.
If anything we find wrong. So so like. Cause I understand I think what
Yeah.
Brian is getting at, he's like, what do I do? I gotta vote on something that I have really little history or experience with. But yes, we are gonna have to do that tonight. But we still have time to still go over and make sure that we're good with this and we make the right decision on May 1st or May 1st is that date, right?
Yeah, there's still time to
Yeah,
definitely to
you've got like
review.
A couple of months to go through and ask all the questions you want. We're not finalizing this tonight. We don't finalize it until May, so that's why you have a couple of months.
Every page says tentative on top of it. That's because it's not final, right?
Yeah, it's the preliminary budget. Yep. And it's just approval. It needs to be,
So is what we're doing tonight, does it matter or not?
It does matter because
All right,
generally speaking,
that's my point.
you know, you want to send a relatively final budget to the county, otherwise the county shouldn't be reviewing it if it has nothing, but that doesn't mean it's set in stone, I think is the point. And if you find a line item in there you have a serious issue with, then, you know, there's a chance to address it. And certainly it doesn't mean that you approve the budget for that you are voting yes for the final budget
yeah,
tonight.
and the other thing is, we don't budget things that we don't need, right? Because we started out at more than 1.6 before the state aid. We don't budget things we don't need because
Right.
there's nothing to gain from that. Because if we were to budget something we didn't need, that means something else that someone else needs is not being budgeted, right? So I'm fine with those answers. I have some concerns about the extent of what that line item by line item thing would be, if that's something that the board's going to want to see year to year. Cause like I said, I work weekends, I work nights on this. That's fine. It's part of the job. No issue. But I think, I'm not sure exactly the level you'd be looking at, but that would be kind of essentially like telling you every single thing being purchased out of every single line, which if you want that detail, you can, but comparing it from year to year, that would take a significant amount of time.
I'm not asking
Yeah.
for detail on every single line. What I'm asking for is, you know, again, as an example, you had a $520,000 expenditure with a $484,000 offset. Just a note, you know, an asterisk and a note at the bottom.
That's not a big deal.
You
That's
know,
fine.
things like that, you know, it would have saved a lot of time here.
Yeah. I
You
have
know,
no issue
if
with
I
that.
had that to look at, if I'm looking at this, right? And again, you know, I take my responsibility here very seriously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be talking right now. All right. If I'm going through this and I see $520,000, a 418% increase. All right. So my math, just real quick, that's what, about $375,000, right? And we're talking about $1 million that I'm trying to save for the taxpayers. That's the 2%, right? So that's 35% of that right there. You know, in my mind, when I look at that,
Mhm.
right? You said 10 teachers, so that's 3 teachers, right? That's everything that's going
Yeah,
through my mind
but-
right there.
The other thing you have to keep in mind, that would be, in this hypothetical you're saying, that would be 3 teachers And that will be us crossing our fingers that we don't get an additional out-of-district placement that we didn't account for, an additional transportation route we didn't account for. And then that's us crossing our fingers at the end of the year saying, I hope we end with the right balance, because the next budget, we might need to cut 2 million because we don't have a balance at the end of the year.
Right.
Yeah, it's all connected.
You and I see eye to
Yeah.
eye right there.
So we
My,
have to
my
be-
point is, as I'm going through it, right, it would help me not to be concentrating on something I don't need to concentrate on when I might be alerted somewhere else.
I have no issue with that. I will say that, you know, I could.
I'm just saying, I'd like more information.
Yeah, and I have no issue with that, but if you would have let me know beforehand, I could have had it for you tonight. You know, that's all.
Well, if I had it last week, I would have let you know.
If I would have had a balanced budget, I would have given it to you.
I
That's
think,
it.
I think, all-
If
think all
I
of
had
us-
that kind of money where the budget was like boom like that real easy,
I
you would
think a lot
have
of us, it's about the time constraints we have on when the stabilization aid is released.
state aid released 2 days after the governor's address. So it was released the
You have a lot of
Thursday,
time to
and then
answer
our committee
questions
meeting was Monday.
in the upcoming.
So yeah, from Thursday to Monday. Then that's why on Monday there was drafts, because we had 2 days plus I worked over the weekend. So.
More questions?
Yeah, I don't know if anyone had any other questions.
I just had, not
I'm
partly
afraid.
related to this. We had a revised budget last year, and we had some items on there. How do we wind up? I know we still have a couple of months left, but.
In terms of projects, I listed a lot of them.
Yeah, I know, I was trying to remember. which
Those are
ones
the
were
three,
which.
a lot of the
If
three-
I,
We had the school buses,
clicker
right?
over there.
We had some teachers as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I put the clicker somewhere. I'm trying to go back to
Oh.
the slide. Yeah, man.
Put it down when you talk to me.
Whatever I need.
I put it down when I talked to somebody. I
Almost.
was heading over there.
Had it.
I think Melissa took it.
We talked about that a lot in finance buildings and grounds, and we have a quite comprehensive spreadsheet, but a lot of our time was spent talking about the
So
budget.
yes,
This is gonna go off of memory. Updated facilities assessment, that was on the revised budget. That's almost complete. We'll be reviewing that in the Finance and Buildings and Grounds Committee. But have the architect come in and actually be present at that meeting, so we can kind of go over it. I believe door access control was also part of the revised budget, so that's in progress. I think the building management system. I think that building management system, I can't remember if it was, that may not have been. Chemical storage tank was, so that's complete. Glen full paving and restripe was, and that's the one where we worked with the town engineer. And we were able to save some pretty significant money, which we were then actually able to leverage into getting a really good deal in repaving the athletic and ADA portion of our parking lots at the high school. So it was a repave and a restripe there. Basically, we were able to do a full repave and restripe of the ADA, so that's athletic portion of the parking lot, plus a full repave and restripe of Glen Meadow for the cost of what we were quoted through the co-op of a partial repave, seal and restripe at Glen Meadow. By working with the town engineer and going through I think it's the Morris County cooperative, which school districts and municipalities can use. We were a member of it, but the town engineer helped us because what we did was when the town was having the crews come out for road paving,
Yeah.
they normally wouldn't necessarily come into a parking lot, but because they were already out here, they had no problem picking up the extra work because they were already we'll call it staged. They had all their equipment staged already. So
So that money's coming out of our budget to do that work that the town's doing.
no. So what happened was
Like how
the
does that
town
work?
had their projects happening and we
Right,
just scheduled them at the same time. So we used the same vendor.
yeah,
We had the town engineer help coordinate it and
Okay.
he did the inspections and the walkthroughs of the vendor with that, right? And they were up here repaving roads. And at the same time, through the town engineer, we were able to get quotes for them to redo our parking lots at the same time. So we paid for our parking lots.
We-
The
and it
town paid
came
for
out
the
of their own
roads.
budget. It's-
Exactly. Yep. Though basically the benefit was that because we worked with the town engineer,
Yeah.
we're already part of the co-op. We worked with the town engineer. We timed it where they were already up here because normally they wouldn't come out just to do a couple
Just
parking
to-
lots.
Okay. I
But
got
they're
it.
like, oh, we're doing miles and miles of repaving. We're already up there.
Got it.
We'll pick up a couple of lots at the same time. We'll just schedule the same couple weeks, so they're already here. So that was really the benefit.
I'm glad I
So
didn't have to hear
planning.
about the potholes in the Glen Meadow parking lot. this year.
Yeah, I heard about that pretty often. So that's why when we had an opportunity to do that and leverage what was going to be a partial repave and a seal and a stripe into a full repave, and also repave of part of the high school, which the ADA portion of the high school parking lot was in real bad shape. So it really needs to be addressed. It was great that we're able to do two projects for the price of one and actually get more work done for both of those projects than the initial project would have had by itself. Rolling Hills is part of the revised budget, so that's scheduled for spring break. Rolling Hills fire alarm, that was part of the revised budget. We had to reassign those funds to the high school fire alarm replacement change order and the high school fire pump replacement. The high school fire pump replacement was in the prior year's budget. However, it went out to bid at least 2 times with no bids. And then after it crossed budget years and we had that last no bid, we had to redeposit those funds because of the time of year in the cap reserve. So instead of pulling more money out of capital reserve, since we already pulled some of the money from the fire alarm replacement at Rolling Hills, which meant there wasn't enough to do that project, we had made that decision when we had to do the change order for the high school. We then turned around and used, I was a board resolution approving the use of that money for the fire pump replacement. We used the funds for that instead. Because it was already in our long range facility plan, we're able to just approve that.
And when you look at the updated facilities assessment and long range facilities plan, that's gonna reprioritize some of the projects that we had last year. Other projects will get done, but based on the input we
Yeah.
have from our new architect, we're prioritizing some of the higher end safety and security issues.
And
Which is why things are being reassigned.
And I was just thinking the updated building management system was part of the revised budget. Because the first part of the list, I think I actually pulled it directly from the revised budget project update I did in the fall. I think it was this September. So I think everything on this list, with the exception of the BenQs, was revised budget. Fire door is complete, generator got reassigned.
And that's only one page, Charles.
Yeah, so the rest of these were projects for, so for example, Lemon SDA, high school fire pump, I talked about that a little bit already. Cosmetology, that was a cap reserve withdrawal out in the budget. Windows is a cap reserve withdrawal in the 24-25 budget. And Walnut Ridge was a mid-year cap reserve withdrawal. Kitchens is through Fund 60.
And
Or
I don't know
basically-
I don't know how we'd be able to do a lot of these projects without the budget from last year. So like, we'd be in dire straits without that.
And there's so many more to
That
do.
vote, yes.
Okay.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Fund 60 is the food service fund. So we can only use those funds for areas of the district that are directly related to the food service program. And it has to be on the pre-approved list of items or activities that are allowed for those funds.
I have a question.
Sure. Yep, absolutely.
We've increased our preschool disabled full-time number significantly.
So there was one, we have to add a PSD teacher because of compliance issues. So that would be that. And then also I think someone was funded out of the wrong account. So actually, let me look at it. Oh, here you go. Got it. So here you go. 65K here. They were funded out of 11,215 in the current year. That's incorrect. See, negative 65,000.
This is down on 12.
Yep. So that got pulled down here because the 11,215 is actually for, oops, gonna trip myself. 11,215 is the account code for a PSD classroom that is half day.
Part-time.
So we moved from a half day to a full day because it's part of the requirement
Right,
of the
okay.
PEA program. So all those funds from 215 moved down to the 216, which is the gap code for full day preschool. And then we're hitting essentially
But still
what's the
going
word,
up significantly.
capacity limits for our PSD.
We're
Program.
anticipating another class.
And
Yep.
none of that is
I'm sorry.
PEA?
So PEA cannot be used for special education students, whether it be inclusion or self-contained classrooms. So PSD is self-contained classrooms.
Thank you.
So we're adding the class.
You're adding class.
PSD, yeah.
Okay,
Because they're getting at capacity. We have 3 classes right now.
because I noticed all the TBDs for preschool teachers.
So that is related to the preschool expansion aid.
Okay,
So as part of that program, they ask you to submit an enrollment report in November, which is a
Oh.
little bit difficult because the
Oh,
program hadn't started yet.
Yeah. that's
okay,
that
so you're,
thing we
you're
got.
assuming,
Yep, program hadn't started yet, but we turned around and said, hey, we looked at one and say, how many classrooms could we fit here? And the answer that we came up with, creatively, meeting the space requirements and actually, spaces that would make sense for classrooms is 4.
okay,
So that's why you see 4 PEA teachers there. And then hypothetically, if they got approved, it would be 2 additional classrooms through the provider sites.
and then
but those
part-time
rooms-
aides.
So there'd be 4 full-time preschool teachers. Assume it's based off enrollment numbers. So obviously we wouldn't hire a teacher unless we meet the enrollment numbers. That would
Right.
make sense for us to hire
Yeah,
those
4
staff.
part-time
Yep.
aides.
And-
4 part-time aides. So do
And a
you-
lot of those are requirements of the PEA as to what
Mhm.
how we're supposed to staff things
Right. Yep.
specifically.
Okay,
So it's
And
not
that-
us choosing to staff it that way. If we're
Mhm.
given the PEA, this is how we have to. staff
Yeah,
it.
each one needs a full-time teacher and needs to have
so
8
it's not
coverage
for
for the full
sure,
day.
you just don't know yet.
We won't know until enrollment's done. I think enrollment opened about a week ago.
And they allow you.
And they
roll
have till the
over
end of
some that
March, I
money
believe.
to the Next year. if
Yep.
you're for it.
And that's all PEA funds. So it does not impact the tax levy.
Mhm.
Other than the way I said earlier, when you put everything together, we're saving about, I think it was $160,000.
So you
Through
don't have
offsets.
to do- I don't know if this question is even relevant. You did the lottery for the pre-K. When you
For the
started,
first year. Yep.
For the first year. Don't have to do that. We're hoping.
We're hoping not. to.
Don't do.
We're
Yeah, it
anticipating-
depends on it
Yeah.
depends on enrollment numbers. So if we get
But you're
crazy
prepared
interest and we don't have
for
space
so-
for everybody, then we'd
I
have to
think
figure it out.
currently we have approximately a little less than 90 going to kindergarten from preschool and about 110 currently registered.
Okay.
So if you're looking to register your 3 or 4-year-olds that meet the requirements, please do so
Yeah.
as soon as possible, so we can plan accordingly and hire accordingly as well.
It's a
Okay.
good message.
Yep, absolutely. And hey, if we have the space, so if we have the enrollment, we were approved for it and we'll make it work. We'll make it happen. Last year, I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but last year we opened 10 classrooms. So we took Walnut Ridge, which is, pretty much empty. We
Yeah.
pretty much filled it to the brim, and now we have 4 potential classrooms if we ask some people to move their what are currently offices. So,
On the week before Christmas,
Oh,
December 16th.
Great.
oh yeah,
And over the summer.
We flipped the entire building, yeah.
Flipped the entire building as well.
yeah.
Because
So
the
size-
bigger classrooms on the other side, so we have
Yeah.
we moved everyone as well. So there's a lot that went into it, and I was very impressed on how smoothly it went for that quick turnaround time.
Yeah.
It was pretty smooth.
great job by, teachers once they got in, setting their classrooms up. Classrooms look great. Great job by, maintenance and custodial. They did a ton of moving. They literally flipped the entire building.
Yeah.
Just because where the preschool was located, like Mr. Rogers mentioned, it didn't meet the size requirements. However, the other end of the building,
Good.
it did. So everyone
In order to qualify.
Everyone
we
got
have to
moved. Lots of hard work and, great job to everyone that was involved.
Okay, anyone else? Questions for the budget? All right, we're gonna
Yep.
close
Okay,
down
thank
there,
you.
Mr. Slam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I really hate after all that talk for you to have to read the public comment notice, but. I'm so sorry. Yeah, right.
Oh, good. Oh, boy.
Yeah, yeah, there goes our dim lighting.
Ah.
It's a nice break from fluorescence there.
All right, all set? All right. During the course of the public meeting of the Vernon Board of Education, the public has offered the opportunity to address the board on agenda items and any issues regarding the school district. The board reminds those individuals who take this opportunity that they must identify themselves by name and section of town and limit their comments to agenda items and or issues that directly relate to the operation of the school district. Issues that are raised by members of the public may or may not be responded to by the board or administration at the time of the meeting or at any time. All comments will be considered and a response will be forthcoming if and when appropriate. The board requests that members of the public keep their comments to a limit of 5 minutes, be courteous, respectful, and mindful of the rights of other individuals when speaking. Specifically, comments regarding students and employees of the Board of Education should be thoroughly considered by the speaker and may or may not be responded to by the Board of Education. board or administration. Be advised that students and employees have rights of confidentiality and other protections under the law. Students' names should never be used. The board bears no responsibility, nor will it be liable for any comments made by the public during the public portion of the board meeting. Members of the public should consider their comments in light of legal rights of those affected or identified in their comments and be aware of that they are personally legally responsible with potential liability for the comments that they make to the board. Should have taken an extra breath.
Thank you.
I thought I could make it.
Excellent, under the
Bravo.
circumstances. All right, do we have any members of the public who would like to comment? Anyone present? No, do we have anyone online?
We have Jesse Palladini.
Great, that's Palladini.
Good evening. I had a couple of questions, but I'm going to put them aside for now. First, I want to say thank you very much to Brian Fisher for his excellent questioning and his diligence, and for taking his responsibility as a board member seriously. The Board of Ed budget is the biggest and the most important thing of your entire year, of your entire responsibility. And quite frankly, I'm a little bit taken aback by the condescending response that Mr. Fisher got. Mr. Slam, where do you come off talking to Mr. Fisher in such a condescending manner, and to say, well, actually, I often give too much information, not enough information. You know, it's kind of like the town budget. And for you to say, for any of you to say, oh, this is just preliminary. This is just preliminary. We're going to send it to the county. And then you even admitted that when it does come back from the county, if there's something you want changed, it's got to go back to the county for county approval. The budget process, a huge budget, and I don't know what the numbers are nowadays. It was upwards of 60 million, 70 million. That is the biggest deal of your entire year. So to tell Mr. Fisher or any board member, oh no, I can't give you those numbers right now. The Board of Ed should be involved in every single step of the budget process, not have it thrown at them a month before the final approval date, and then speak on way. I was really embarrassed for the way you spoke with Mr. Fisher, Mr. Slam, and I hope you and you know, it doesn't give me pleasure to sit here and reprimand you, but I hope you learn from it, because that is not your role as a business administrator to be condescending to a Board of Ed member. And frankly, I was shocked by it. And so that's all I'm going to say for now. And I'll hold my other questions and comments for another time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Palladini. Any additional questions? Any additional hands raised?
Nope.
No. Okay. Moving on to item G, review of public meeting agenda for Thursday, March 20. Does anyone have any questions about the public meeting agenda?
Next week's agenda.
Yes, next week's
I'll
agenda.
get that right this time. I saw that.
Maybe we can look at it. Everyone had a chance to look it over. We're all good with it.
Hey, Russ, I think, we're missing the first readings. It might have been miscommunication on my part, but,
We can make sure tomorrow we get those on.
Yeah.
there. Nancy will be there as well. So
Okay.
that'd be good.
Yeah, I think I gave her the wrong information the other day.
Okay, we'll get it straight tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, great. Moving on to the board reports, item H, board report summary.
So community relations, we met yesterday at 6 p.m. In attendance were, Ms. Van Orden, Ms. Young, Mr. Rogers, myself, and Brian Fisher. So we discussed our plans for the State of the District address. We have determined the date will be May 28th at 5:30. And also, we are discussing a theme for the student involvement. Also, we are looking for applicants for community involvement on the Community Relations Board, meaning any interested parties to be involved. We're going to be sending out the application in the digital backpack tomorrow. We're also going to be working with the SCA to promote people getting involved on the Community Relations Board outside of just board members and people who already work in the schools. Did I leave anything out?
That's perfect.
Okay, so that's my committee report. Thank you.
Well, that's exciting news.
Mhm.
Questions?
Carl, is that gonna be streamed, State of the District?
Yes, we were discussing, we were discussing, we'd like to see it live streamed. So obviously more details will be forthcoming as things develop. But that's what we're working on. Any other questions?
Good question. Yeah, it'd be great to have it live streamed.
Yeah, we want to make sure that as many people can see it as possible. And we want to make sure that there's as much community involvement as possible, so.
Okay, curriculum is me, and I have my usual lengthy report, which I will try to move through quickly since we have already been here a while. So the committee met for, no, it did not meet February 11th. Okay, I'm in good shape here. Maybe I did the wrong, did I print out the wrong one? No, March 11th, I think we met. It was myself, Russ Rogers, John Kraus, Charles Maglia, Vinnie Gagliastro, and Carl Contino. The topics discussed included the New Jersey CUSAC progress, which is nearly finished, yay. The high school course scheduling, student course requests are currently being, or have been collected, and guidance counselors have met with students. And the guidance counselors have gone down into the middle school to meet with students there about the course opportunities for they will have in high school, which is great. The high school daily schedule, the high school staff committee has decided on to keep the current rotating schedule that they had in place after much debate. We're sticking with what we have. The ELA and math curriculum, the Vernon educational coaches looked into curriculum, the current curriculum in place in districts throughout the state, and whether there was a correlation between that curriculum and performance, which was how they went about evaluating the various options under consideration. There was a direct correlation with the ELA curriculum, and the district is piloting two of the higher performing options, which are Hagerty and UFly, I think. And there was no direct correlation with the math, but the teachers and administrators evaluated several options and ultimately decided to test illustrative mathematics. And then we also discussed high school profile update. And we also discussed the current contract for K-3 with Innovamat was amended to allow for annual payments instead of a lump sum. And then we discussed the high school profile update, which is underway, and dual enrollment and concurrent classes. The committee looked at enrollment in the high school courses for which Vernon students can earn college credit. There are 28 students taking 15 Sussex Community College credits courses, 14 taking 6 Seton Hall courses, and enrollment in various Rutgers Allied Health Program courses is at 81. So there's a lot of participation, but a lot of room for growth. And that's about it. So moving on to finance, which we just covered at length, but John.
We covered it length, but
Report on it
also
anyway.
we had 2 meetings, so
Yeah.
I have to go through a couple of them. This
Yeah.
mine will be a little bit lengthy, but we'll try to get through it all. Okay, on March 3rd, 2025, we met and we conducted it online through Google Meet. In attendance were Ray Slam, Russell Rogers, Joe Van Kirk, Vinny Gagliastro, myself, Jen Pellet, Ray Zimmerman, and Brian Fisher. We were going through the update of the budget. So we received our state aid numbers at that point, received more than we expected, but is still not enough to cover all of our expenses since costs are increasing at rates significantly higher than the 2% tax levy cap. Mr. Slam went through our budget pretty much line by line, and we're still off by $1,636,000 as of Friday before that. And that was after the increase in state aid. He went through it and spoke to principals and administrators, and he was able to cut it down to $334,000 as of that day. A significant amount of increases in our budget, excuse me, are related to the position control roster. This includes contractually obligated raises, 3.25% for the VTEA and 3% for the VTAA, and horizontal guide movement. Additional increases in the PCR are related to the required addition of IEP-driven aides. The PCR alone increased approximately $1.6 to $1.7 million. We also spoke of subs and sixth period coverages. We have budgeted for 12 sixth periods in case of situations where we lose a teacher for part of the year. We also discussed a projected increase of 12% in health benefit costs. Salaries and benefits comprise about 75% of our total budget. There's going to be a significant increase in our energy costs. An increase anywhere between 15 and 20% is expected. Our transportation costs are remaining relatively flat, and this is mainly a result of bus aids being funded through PEA, which decreases the number of students requiring special transportation. This change is allowed for the elimination of some of the van routes. Out-of-district tuitions are another large expenditure in our budget, and they had to be accounted for. Maintenance has gone up a little bit to account for our aging buildings, which will experience an increase in required repairs. Mr. Slam discussed where he was able to make cuts without impacting students or programs. Since, well, then it was confidential, it's not anymore, so we have it up here. So you're able to see all of them in the finished document that we have tonight before us. One area discussed was the allowable offsets of salaries and benefits utilizing PEA money. Mr. Van Kirk spoke of the need to replace our trucks since they are old and starting to fail. We are looking into leasing them as opposed to buying them. We may be able to use our maintenance reserve to replace the water heater at VTHS in-house and replace some exterior district doors. We spoke about our capital reserve and the fact that it is low, and that's a bad thing. We are pushing forward with some projects because they pose a safety risk to our students and staff. They are the Lounsbury Hollow elevator replacement, the high school elevator replacement, and the Glen Meadow PA system replacement. We also spoke about our auditor proposal update. Originally asked for $5,000 off the new proposed price, but they settled at $2,500 for an increase of $12,500 instead of $15,000. And that's because of the PEA budget that they have to go through that. We had some new required repairs as of that date, and it was the Glen Meadow chiller controller failure. The estimated cost of approximately $5,000. Truck repairs, reaching out to the town for an estimate. They estimated the worst case of about $6,500 for a manifold repair. I'm not going to go through all the in-progress stuff. You've already seen it up there. That was the March 3rd one. Moving on to March 10th. Okay. The meeting was conducted online through Google Meet. In attendance were Ray Slam, Russell Rogers, Joe Van Kirk, myself, Jen Pellet, and Ray Zimmerman. Mr. Slam conducted the meeting by going over the supporting documents for the 25-26 budget. He started with the comparison of the 24-25 budget with the 25-26 budget to show the changes from year to year. He spoke first of the transportation budget, which was cut by $650,000. The CPI is 3.57%. He went through the current year's budget and projected out the remaining months. He also included special ed out-of-district contingencies. Bus aids being funded through PEA decreases the number of students requiring special transportation. This change is allowed for the elimination of some of the van routes. The PERS contribution, which is for pensions, is $40,000 less this year based on a projection using the current year's bill. Out-of-district tuition is down $145,365 due to an analysis of current placements, projection of tuition increases based on current placements in IDEA revenue, and removal of one tuition contingency. PEA offset of health benefits costs of $500,000. Allowable use of PEA funds to offset the health benefits of the PEA-related staff. Facilities and maintenance were cuts of $634,732 due to funding constraints. The district cannot pursue the same number of projects and repairs in the upcoming year. Any necessary projects are being funded through the district's limited capital and maintenance reserves as one-time revenues. Ray Zimmerman spoke about signs or advertisements at our athletic fields as a source of income. He noted that Sparta is already doing this and we should contact them and how they do it as a model for us to start. It was determined that we need a policy on it and we should start with the policy committee. The forms would need to be updated and a person would have to be in charge of it. Now we'll talk about the increase in health benefit contributions of $140,000 due to an analysis of current year contributions. Year to date and projection of remaining contributions for the remainder of the year indicates additional contributions can be budgeted for 25-26. Energy costs are cut from original proposed budget of $171,800 due to further analysis of current year costs, consultation with ACES consultant in regards to potential bid responses versus the current BGS meter rate, projection of increases and offset of Walnut Ridge with PEA funds. We went through that before in Mr. Slam's presentation. Don't worry, guys, I'm getting there.
I'm loving it. I think it's great. Thank you.
In fairness, we had long meetings.
Huh?
Yes.
We do have
That
long
that
meetings.
Monday night was very long.
My fault.
All right, initial proposed technology costs are cut $227,700 because we cut BenQ boards and access points. We're going to attempt to replace them in this current year. The initial proposed athletic budget is cut by $25,000. The cut was coordinated with Mr. Foley, so we would attempt to replace uniforms this year instead of next year. Updates to PCR from the initial draft PCR. A cut of $253,000 due to the removal of 5 new aid positions. Analyze the current year sublines, expenses, and projected costs for the remainder of this year in order to anticipate the 25-26 costs. An analysis of J&B services in comparison to the initial draft 25-26 budget. We were able to cut $100,000 due to cost reduction based on the use of J&B in the current year to cover a staff leave. PEA offset to trash services and custodial supplies for Walnut Ridge, cut $25,000 due to allowable offset on PEA guidelines. We reevaluate revenues in comparison to the initial draft budget, added $213,060 due to review of IDEA, extraordinary aid, miscellaneous revenue, tuition for fiscally responsible increase in budgeted revenue. Other important budget revenue facts include the use of excess surplus of $2,268,000 from 2024-25. Budget utilized $2,181,000 as Mr. Slam had in his presentation. Use of excess 23-24 extraordinary aid was $213,875. 24-25 budget utilized $55,461 of that. Use of NP school transportation aid was $37,310. And 24-25 budget utilized $26,648. Use of additional stabilization aid, $0. 24-25 budget utilized $211,766. Significant budget cuts of revenue additions, increase in state aid was $1,018,170. Additional special ed aid, school choice aid, security aid received, less equalization aid and transportation received. Utilization of the fund balance was $0 from 24-25 budget, utilized $317,748. Total fund balance comparison is negative $272,675. Lack of supplemental stabilization aid combined with changes in other areas of fund balance. Federal semi-reimbursement revenue was negative $106,516, which is a decrease in the semi-revenue. Mr. Slam went over the importance of our cap reserve. On July 1st, 2024, we had $2.5 million. We used $916,000 for projects related to safety issues. We also withdrew $150,000 for security vestibule at Walnut Ridge. We'll be using $525,000 for the 2 elevator projects and the PA system. Getting near the end, guys.
Doing great.
A limited number of projects are being pursued at the moment because we just don't have the funds. Capital reserve is low for a district our size, and tax levy increase plus state increase is barely covering the other budget increases. Mr. Slam spoke about the 10 to 12% increase in health benefit costs. Delta Dental contract is soon to be up, and we're negotiating with them for a good price. We spoke about the need for an additional IT person to alleviate the large amount of help desk tickets, and they're just kind of get overwhelmed with the repairs and things that they're doing. We spoke about possible department heads at the high school, but since it involved a sidebar agreement with the union, we ultimately decided against it. And then please refer to the documentation in the folder for all other budget-related information. Thank you.
Wow, that was
Done.
great. Very informative. I was there and I still
Everybody
learned a lot.
sleep
So appreciate it. Anybody have any questions for
We
John?
also had two meetings,
Yes, and that last one was
Mm.
quite long.
quite long.
Anyone have any questions? No? Okay, so policy. You're up.
All right, so we met on March sixth, from 5:30 to 6:30 via Google Meets. It was myself, Russ Rogers, John Kraus, Melissa Brock, and Brian Fisher who attended. First, we did a first review of the audit as a group. We did, in case anybody forgot, Strauss did a review of our policies. Again, we did well, excellent, was it? I forgot what the category they gave us, but we were up there.
It's good.
We had a couple little minor mistakes that we have to correct, and there's a couple policies that we need to update. We're gonna look at the policies next time. So we just looked at the one, and yeah, I'm gonna take something from John, that the meeting was sponsored by the letter M, like, because there were a bunch of M policies. These are
That's right, that's right.
mandatory policies, and in our policy book, they're not designated with the M, so it came up in the audit. We made the corrections. I believe we still have to vote on it because we were making a change, but it's just adding the M. So we're gonna, if we have to put them, we have to vote on it, but we should bulk them together as just the M policies. If we don't have to vote on them, I guess we don't have to worry about it. Again, there's no change to the policy, just put an M, say meaning mandatory. Yep. Second reading items were going as that you saw them last time, with the exception of there was a spelling mistake that was corrected. And other than that, we're going forward and recommending to go through. We did first for next week, where we do a first reading. There was a couple of policies two policies that pertain to the board meetings. First was 0164, conduct at the board meeting. Not looking to change much here. We just want to outline how the meetings are ran. So right now, everything's grouped together on the bottom section. You'll see where it just says the meeting and it has everything bulleted. So we're just breaking it into workshop and public meeting, and put the order of the items in there and what we're doing. So basically, if you follow your agendas from tonight and next week, it's the same thing. So we're just going to list it in the policy, and that's and one other thing, workshops are no actionable items should be on there unless absolutely necessary, which we've been kind of following for a little bit. Obviously, this is a budget meeting also, so we have to vote on the budget tonight. But whenever possible, we're not going to actionable items that won't be on a workshop. The bigger change would be 0167. This is public participation in board meetings. As a group, we put together a few recommendations that we would like to put into policy to help the flow of the meetings. First, there will be which kind of says it in the policy right now, but it's very grayish, I would say. It's really determined by the board president. So we want to define that it's a 5-minute time limit per person, per comment part of the meeting. So we have 2 comment parts. You can talk twice, but not twice in the same part. So we have I don't know what they call them, the section. We have the public comment.
Comment
Or
for the agenda items and then
So
at the end.
So you can have a total of 10 minutes yourself, but that's it. No coming back online. 1 comment per comment part of the meeting. I guess I wrote that twice. We would also want to start alternating between in person and Zoom. So right now, we usually just do the room first and then Zoom second. Saying, to give us people a chance, so if somebody on Zoom doesn't have to wait for, if there's 30 people here, that hopefully not 30 people, because that would be a lot of time. But if we had like 10 people talking here and then have to wait for that. So one person would come up from the audience here in person, and then we switch to Zoom, do one person, and then go back to the in person, back to Zoom, back and forth. The next thing was a speaker will not be allowed to continue talking if they're making personal attacks on someone, name calling, or naming of a student. There'll be no warnings. This is something that kind of is a policy now. We do mention it, but we want to put it into the policy. And so it's clear. The next thing would be the VP would monitor time. This is because the president does run the meeting, right? So they should be more involved in what's going on. So the VP, or if somebody else, if they're not here, then someone else will take over the time spot for them. Answer, this is another thing we do say, but this is what we want to list in the policy. Answers may be provided at the conclusion of the entire comment portion of the meeting and or at a later meeting if appropriate. So we are going to answer questions. We can answer questions, but we're not necessarily going to answer every single question. We're not saying we will answer any question though, but we will get you an answer, but may have to be at a later time. Cameras are not going to be required. We're not going to, this was brought up before. We just want to label it. Cameras are not going to be required for public at home. If you don't have a Zoom camera, you can still continue and participate without that. And last, all speakers, whether in person or remote, must state their name and municipality. I think I've been going back and forth municipality because we've been saying section, municipality. We should clear it up. I would say if they're from our town, unless people have an objection to it, what town they're from, basically. We just want to know. In that section, like we don't know, your Highland Lakes, you go to Vernon schools, you're Vernon Township, right? If you're in Wantage, you can say you're in Wantage, but just so we know that we're talking to a resident or non-resident. And we don't really normally ask this for the Zoom people because we kind of tell the audience who they are, but we're going to require that the Zoom people also state their name and the municipality they're from. So those are our suggestions that those are our ideas that we're going to put into the new policy. Let me just finish these last couple if anybody wants to make changes or add to that. Okay, and next one was, Russ, you don't have to write this one down. 5460, this was high school graduation. We're not going to do first reading. We are waiting for our attorney. So that was just an update. Again, actually, that was just, you don't have any more rest to write down. 2365, acceptable use of general artificial intelligence. Again, we're pushing this off a little bit to the technology committee. And also, as we mentioned, I think in the technology committee meeting, some of this will go to the curriculum policy, curriculum committee as well. So once we have consensus from everyone, we can start putting together a policy. We did talk about, we would like to have some kind of policy though sooner that would have acceptable software for students, staff, etc. So let's start getting the guidelines out there and start getting the ball rolling, and then we'll do it. But again, probably going to push this back to the technology committee to give us some of the suggestions and feedback. Actually, Brian is in both committees, so he's been given his little portion of what happened in the technology and to give us the update in the policy committee. Next is electronic communication between 4283, electronic communication between support staff and members and students. I mentioned this a couple of times that we were going to review it. We had the administration went back, they double checked everything. And as far as they're concerned, everything looks correct and we don't need to change at a time. There's no recommendations from Strauss either. So it's not going to be on for first reading. 5111, eligibility of resident, non-resident student. We had changed this policy back in December. I believe we voted on this and we finalized it. Strauss gave us alert at the same time as we changed it. So we're looking at the differences, and if there are differences, we're gonna bring it up on the next meeting.
Make sure we talk about that tomorrow real quick too.
Okay. And then, the last is, the Strauss audit. Again, we're looking right now from the Strauss audit, we're just want to put the M's where they belong. And other news, we're looking at 2365 acceptable use of, that's the AI again. 5111 eligibility of residents, non-resident student. 5460 high school graduation. Those three, those are the ones I just told you, we weren't reading for first. They're gonna be reviewed again next policy meeting. Two additional ones is 6163 advertising on school property. And I might have mistyped this one, 63, I put 0, I think I missed a number here, but it's a purchase subject to bid. So those are two that actually went with the,
Yeah.
John, right?
The finance with
See that?
the advertising on the stadium. Okay,
That's-
so I have a question about the public comment one.
Yeah.
Have you cleared it with with legal that we can restrict people from making personal attacks? As much as I would love to do that, I'm not sure that we can. I think we can, I think because it's a public meeting, I think people can say whatever they want, and we can just simply
Well-
warn them that they might be getting themselves in legal jeopardy, but
Well-
I mean, if we can not allow that, that's great, but I check it
Well-
because I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're double checking, but it's a board meeting. So it's not a public meeting, it's a board meeting, right? So it's a public comment. And they're participating in our meeting, right? So, but you're absolutely right. We definitely should look at the.
Yeah,
lawyer and make sure
let's
that we
make
don't.
sure
The
that's.
president will love to
allowed.
have that verified.
Right, yeah. Because I mean, you're the president at the time is the one who controls the meeting and could cut people off or change,
Yeah,
change
I
them.
mean, my
So,
understanding
yeah.
from a long time ago was that we can do the timing thing, but people are free to say whatever they want, and you just warn them that they could put themselves in legal jeopardy if they defame someone's character or cross certain lines. But I'm not positive. That was just something that was said previously.
I'll write it down.
Okay.
So
Any
gue-
other?
I guess if we don't hear back from the lawyer, it will not be on first reading next week, but,
Oh, you'll hear. She's
Yeah.
very fast. So anyone else have questions about policy before we move on to technology?
Right, so technology and AI committee meeting was Tuesday, March 11th at 5 PM at the Board of Ed offices and online. We talked about AI.
Who was there?
Oh, who was
Sorry.
there?
Gotta say it.
I have Jennifer Pellet, Charlie, Nick Lasso, myself, Vinnie Gagliostro, myself again, and Carl.
You came twice.
Apparently, I was online and sitting there, so
Got twice.
anyhow.
Get double credit.
So we talked about AI, and we do have crossover with the policy committee, and I'm imagining we're gonna have crossover with other committees. We are still focused on trying to have some sort of policy in place by the start of school in September. Our first step is to get our survey out, which we want to do by the end of this month. Nick came up with a preliminary survey, which went out to all the committee members. I'm just waiting for comment or changes, and hopefully we'll get that out after next week's meeting. If anybody on the board wants to see the survey before it goes out, just let me know and I'll make it available to you. So that was AI. Then Nick brought up the possibility of blocking ChatGPT for students and staff, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And the reason that he wants to do that is so that we would have people using the Google Gemini instead of ChatGPT for AI. His primary reasoning for that is that Gemini is discoverable, ChatGPT is not, and Gemini has guardrails that ChatGPT doesn't. So it would help us in terms of compliance and OPR requests and that sort of thing. He also talked about the issue where we had the lockdown with the phone number. Right, so we had a lockdown where apparently a person who was no longer with the district was notified. Is that exactly what happened?
It's a phone number that had been given to a new person.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was by coincidence, a
So-
phone number of somebody who was related to the district, but they had gotten a whole new phone number from their carrier. So they've adopted a new protocol to prevent that kind of thing from happening again. He talked about Windows 11 and Google Drive security and getting that updated. So our Google Drive is secure. People can't see other people's drives, things like that. Nick also brought up the Chromebook repair process. So he said he has, I think, one person on the help desk who spends most of his time repairing Chromebooks. He estimated there's probably about 10 repairs being done at any given time on any given day. We do have a system where a family does get fined if they discover that, you know, the example he gave is if the keyboard has been pried off the notebook, that you know that the notebook has been vandalized. It's not something that, you know, you dropped it getting off the bus or something like that. He is estimating we pay about $4,000 to $6,000 in unrecouped repair costs for our Google Chromebooks. And he said primarily what's happening is people don't pay their fines. So he's asking if there's any way that the board can support him in trying to get people to pay their fines. He said, right now, I think the only recourse is you don't get your diploma. Is that right? I think he said you don't get your diploma if you have unpaid fines when you graduate. So theoretically, a kid can get a fine in 6th grade and not have to
I think that's
face
what you read
consequence.
because
Yeah.
you can't take away access to courses like they got in trouble for that once, right? Like couldn't register, remember?
He mentioned there was a change somewhere
Yeah, you
along the
couldn't- it
way
used to be you
because
couldn't
of,
register for courses until you had a clear balance, but that turned out to not be legal. So you couldn't do that anymore. So,
We have a similar issue with school lunch debt,
yeah.
where
that's right.
there's,
School lunch that is.
yeah, it's very difficult to
Yeah,
collect.
yeah.
But you're very, there's lots of legal parameters or say limitations on what you can actually do.
yeah. So anyhow, he just asked if we had any sort of ideas or any way we could support him on trying to recoup those costs.
Okay, I don't. Yes.
I just had a question, actually more Russ, could you ask Nick to, you can get us some numbers for the next meeting? So, like how many Chromebooks are we repairing? You know, $6,000, what is that?
Is that materials? Is that,
That's parts.
is that
Yeah.
just?
He said the average cost per part is $25. And I asked him how many we're repairing, and he said it averages about 10 per day. He said at any given point, on any given day, we're working on usually about 10
And
Chromebooks.
that's just turnaround within days, the kids get it back versus sending
Yeah.
it out as well.
Yeah, because if we could,
The Chromebusters, do we still have Chromebusters?
We cut to tech.
because if we have that, I mean, publicize that, you know, I mean, I don't think parents may know the amount of repairs that we're doing. I mean, even $6,000 sounds like a lot of money, but it's hard to understand. And
I'll get some data on that because
Yeah.
he's been very proactive and
Mhm.
he's recouped more money than I've seen in the last 2 years. So I'd love to get some data on how much he's actually recouping.
Okay.
Because he's been proactively sending letters out. to
He
parents.
definitely has been more proactive
Yeah.
with the letters, from what I understand.
Right,
And then we added some language to letters.
Yeah.
that helped.
but he would welcome any suggestions on how to.
I'm not sure what else you can do really, but we'll think about it, right? I don't know.
Maybe the chairman of the technology committee can go out and visit these people.
That's it.
Right, knock on some doors.
Just have to participate on the committee on your phone.
Okay, so that wraps up, any other questions on, okay. That wraps up our board report summary. So item I, Mr. Rogers, you are.
Yeah, thank you, board members, for your work with the committee, so much appreciated. I do have a report next week, but I want to go over a couple highlights. The girls swim team had a phenomenal season this winter. Girls wrestling, I believe, sent fourth to the states, and congratulations to Caitlin Hart on her fourth place finish at the states. Boys basketball, second year in a row, they're state sectional final. If they took it into overtime with the all-time leading scorer, Alex Fessel, VTS leading scorer overall. I believe Mr. Sweeney and Mrs. Sweeney attended that game.
It was a phenomenal game, right? It really was exciting.
It was exciting.
Against Glenrock at Glenrock. And the Vernon fans were fabulous.
And I'm missing Music in the Woods, the production tonight, and it will be running tomorrow night and Saturday as well.
Into the woods.
Into the
Yeah, sorry, into what did I say?
In the woods.
No, sorry, musical Into the Woods.
Right.
We are in Vernon, so I could get confused.
Music, in
Yes.
the- we do
Could
have
be in
music
the
in the
woods,
woods.
Right, went very. I'm trying to go quick. We're gonna be participating in the St. Patrick's Day Parade, on Monday, the VTH marching band on March 17th as well. I look forward to that every year as well. Informational matters, Ray did a great job on the finance stuff. I ask you a million questions, that are behind closed doors as well. Informational matters, harassment, intimidation, and bullying reports for February 16th, 2025. February 2025, attachment WS1. Letter B, random drug testing and school safety reports for February 2025, attachment WS2. Our enrollment report, WS3. I always have to blow that one up to see those numbers. And number 2, recommendations. It is recommended that the board approve the harassment, intimidation, and bullying reports for February 1st, 2025 to February 15th, 2025. Letter B, it is recommended that the board approve the following termination in the table below.
Can I get a motion for recommendations to A and B?
So moved.
Second.
I'll go with Melissa there. All right, questions or comments? No? Being none, roll call?
Mr. Cantina,
Yes.
Mr. Fisher,
I vote no. I cannot affirm on A, and I vote yes on B.
Mr.
Yeah.
Kraus, sorry,
Yes.
Ms. Pellet,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello,
Yes.
Ms. Brock,
Yes.
Mr. Smaglia,
Yes.
motion carries.
Item J, Mr. Slam.
Gonna probably do the abbreviated version.
I don't know where you-
Wait a
It's
minute.
crazy.
I can read the whole thing if you want. It's not a big
No,
deal.
I don't really need you to, I read it already twice, so, but does anybody want him to read it out?
I
You
figured
have
I
to.
can hit the,
Yeah.
Gemini can read.
so, yeah, we don't need to read the whole thing aloud. There are some districts that just say move items, J through, whatever, but
So can you like?
I'll summarize
sort
it.
of
I'm gonna summarize the kind of the main points. I think that's probably the best way. So I'll read the first portion. Be it resolved, the tentative budget be approved for the 25-26 school year using the 25-26 state aid figures, and the school business administrator / board secretary be authorized to submit the following tentative budget to the executive county superintendent of schools for approval in accordance with the statutory deadline. That statutory deadline, just several knows, is March 19th. We have a breakout here, which is the same information that was in the presentation, as noted below, which is basically the 25-26 total expenditures separated by general fund, which is our operating budget, special revenues, which is Fund 20 or grant, or otherwise known as grants, or debt services, which has to do with bonds that are being paid by the district. And to advertise tentative budget in the Herald in accordance with the form required by the State Department of Education and according to law, and be it further resolved that a public hearing be held at the Lounsbury High School Library on Thursday, May 1st, 2025 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of conducting a public hearing on the budget for the 25-26 school year. Capital reserve withdrawal of $525,000 for the projects noted below. Also, the projects that were same projects that were included in the presentation. Maintenance reserve withdrawal of $225,000, as noted in Mr. Krause's report. That is related to replacement of doors and water heater, in-house water heater replacement. I think as everyone kind of knows, we had some issues with the water here at the high school. Want to make sure there's some redundancy there. So even if we do have an issue, it's not as significant as the issue we had to repair this year. Travel and related expense reimbursement, as noted below. This establishes a maximum travel amount for the current, notes the travel amount for the current year, establishes the travel amount, max travel amount for the next year, and also allows travel up to a threshold of $150 per staff member for PD, without approval, prior board approval. We do still approve everything, but it just gives us some leeway there if there's something that comes up. The max for next year is $75,000. That's projected based off of current year's expenses plus increases projected in costs. Maximum professional expenditures, as noted below, up to $1 million, which is a slight reduction from the current year. Item 2, sent for 24-25. Whereas the Special Services Department has determined that individual students require special education placement based on their individual needs. Whereas the Special Services Department has determined that services are needed and will continue until June 30th, 2025. And whereas the Special Services Department has determined that the school/service listed below is the most appropriate placement, therefore be it resolved that the Vernon Township Board of Education approves the contracts as listed below. Item number 3, it is recommended the board approve the Novomat Education Inc. 5-year contract in an amount of $362,000. That's an amendment to the existing, the second amendment to the existing contract.
Okay, great. Can I get a motion for recommendations J1 through 3?
So moved.
Thank you, Carl. Stephanie, questions or comments? Seeing none, can I get a roll call?
Mr. Fisher,
No.
Mr. Kraus,
Yes.
Ms. Pellet,
Yes.
Mr. Sweeney,
Yes.
Ms. Vaccarello,
Yes.
Ms. Brock,
Yes.
Mr. Smaglia,
Yes.
Mr. Contino.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item K, public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to comment? No? Okay, anyone online with the hand up?
We have Martin Peringer.
Excellent. Mr. Peringer?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
Good,
can.
good. On the public comments, personal attack thing, I would not like to have it called personal attack because that is too vague. But I think it would be better if it was called something like a legal term like slander, for example, or profanity, which can be outlawed, which is not, as far as I know, covered under free speech. Because a personal attack, I've been personally accused of a personal attack for simply not agreeing with somebody. Okay? And on the laptops, I mean, if you have your own computer and you break it and somebody fixes it, you don't get it back until you pay for it. I mean, why should the school work different on that? That's just a question. And if that is too problematic or you want to make some adjustments for some really poor people, you can write it in. Or you could even, at the beginning of the year, collect, if each job repairs an average of $25, collect the retainer for 30, 40, 50 bucks and give it back at the end of the year if the person did not have a damaged computer. I think there's a lot of ways of handling that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perringer. Any additional hands raised?
No, there are not.
Okay, moving on to item L, open board member forum. Would anyone like to share anything? Okay, wants to go home? Sure. I was thinking about sharing things, but I'll wait. Item M, adjournment, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
And Melissa, all in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody. We are adjourned, sorry, thank you.